Hi there, good morning. Welcome along to Wednesday here at the MODUS Super Series. Champions Week is just days away and another darty dozen are fighting it out for that final spot. And speaking of a dozen, 3 players in Group A are all tied on 12 points after 2 days' play. Here's what happened yesterday. Lewis Gurney bookended Tuesday with 4-3 victories, the second of which came against the legendary Martin Adams. Double 16 to get over the line and a moment for the youngster to savour. Dan Reed, seen here taking out 119 during his win over Gurney, picked up 3 wins yesterday after a slow start on Monday. He may have an outside chance of winning the group, but Gino Voss has more than that. No luggage, no shirt, no darts, no problem. 2 more victories took the Dutchman's points tally to 10. But there are 3 tied at the top on 12. Conor Heenahan is one of them after securing a hat-trick of wins yesterday. Jerome Mioch produced the best performances with some finishing from the gods to seal a share of the lead. But it's wily old Wolfie who tops the table on leg difference. A new look, but the same old solid and steady Martin Adams. Will he secure his place at finals night at the end of the day? Will it be Wolfie? We will find out by the end of this session. And it's looking, Glenn Durrant, like a grandstand finish.
Absolutely, the perfect Wednesday for the neutral.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's take a look at the group table to see exactly how close it is. Look, we can talk about the players tied on 12 points, but you can't rule out Gino Voss or even Dan Reed at this stage.
No, definitely not. I'm trying to come up with some theory about who's going to win today. And honestly, the head-to-head record is absolutely unbelievable. The 15 games that you're going to watch today, the players will go into 10 of them at 1 win, 1 loss each. It is so tight. And yeah, trying to pick a winner right now is a tough one.
Just looking at the fixtures as well, by the end of the second game, there could be 2 points separating 5 players in the table.
Yeah, like I said, it's one for the neutrals, and I've got the abacus ready, the fingers, the toes. We're in for a very exciting day.
Well, he can't separate them, but let's see if the bookies can. This is what the odds compilers think. And actually, Glenn, when you spoke to me yesterday, you said that you felt Conor Heenahan should be slight favourite, and he's actually quite a heavy favourite.
Yeah, I think I'm surprised at the heavy favourite, but Conor has got some good head-to-head records against some of the players. In fact, his only losing record this week is when he plays Martin Adams, and for that reason I do go for Conor to go and win the group today, but 5-4 is a bit tight.
8-1 on Gino Voss as well. If he wins his first match, he'll also be on 12 points. A bit of value there?
Absolutely, and what a story that would be. I mean, we know the trials and tribulations sort of he's been through this week, and he hasn't sulked or moaned once. That's what I've really liked. He's a very cool, calm and collected character as Gino Voss, and it would be some story.
It would be. Well, this is the MODUS Super Series Bet Builder, an amalgamation of the most popular bets on the exchanges put together for a treble. Quite short today, just under 4-1. Talk us through this and give you your thoughts.
Yeah, and I quite like that. And then I realise it is, so short. So I think the people having a bet today are very close. I do fancy Gino to beat Lewis. That's fair enough. A very close game between Adams and Hennigan. I've just mentioned there that Adams has got the better of Conor, but I think today's the day for him. And once again, another close game between 2 outstanding players. Jerome Mioch has really impressed me this week. Yeah, we've seen some really good stuff from him twice yesterday, going 4 out of 4 on the doubles, 3 ton-topping finishes in one of them. Do you think it's going to take some of those standout displays to win this group, or do you think we might see a little bit of tension today? Oh, we'll see a lot of tension, and like I said, it's there for an exciting day. We've waited for someone to just to say, look, grab this group by both hands. No one has so far. I do think it's the day for Conor Heenahan, but I've been proven wrong before if you follow my tips. But yeah, it's going to be a great day. Yeah, if you are having a flutter, by the way, of course, gamble responsibly. It's 18+. BeGambleAware.org for more information on safer gambling.
gambling. And do get involved as well today at MSS Darts on social media. Henry Deacon and Glenn Durham will be in commentary and will respond to any of your X's or tweets or whatever platform you decide to contact us on. I will let you get downstairs, and the first match of the day is Gino Voss against Jerome Mioch, and Henry Deacon is waiting in commentary.
Thank you, Chris. Morning, everybody. Welcome along to Wednesday, the day where the first name into the final qualification week finale will be confirmed. Well, we have 3 players in the Darty dozen in terms of the points tally, but who is going to make the Saturday night party in Pompey? Well, Gino Voss finds himself on 10 and finds himself very much in the mix. He may well be the Voss in the box. He's up against Jerome Mioch, the 26-year-old former Development Tour event finalist. He finds himself in second place on 12 points following an exceptional opening day.
Game on.
Charlie Corsafine is the man in the middle, watching all of the action. And so on Wednesday at the Super Series, we are going to be going double Dutch. The kick-off proceedings.
135.
Gino still with the Justin Bradshaw darts and a temporary shirt. Luggage still lost in transit. And speaking to him after the session yesterday, there's still no clearer sign as to when he's going to get that back either. So he's having to stick with this temporary setup,
100.
which, in fairness, Glenn Durham, very good morning to you, hasn't done him too much of a disservice so far.
Yeah, what a story it would be if he, can get through the group. It's
59.
I think they'll both be glad that this is the opening game. Travelling partners, good friends in the players' area, they're sat with each other. So this one puts this match to bed. But
96.
What's impressed me most, you get some players who it's a case of woe is me, and Gino's just got on with a job and just shrugged his shoulders this
40.
morning. And,
Gino, you
once again
require
said,
170.
it's not here. It's been an interesting head-to-head between them so far. Gino Voss really demolished Jerome on day one.
58.
His roles reverse when Jerome beat his good friend yesterday.
But Kurtz had Jerome Mioch at 4-5 before the action got underway. Gino Voss was
84.
10-11.
Gino, you require 112.
Voss for the first opportunity at checkout here. 112 for the opener on throw. He has got 6 on here to take the opening leg.
72.
Yeah, fantastic last start, but people must be thinking, how on earth? His mindset is the fact he hasn't got his attire, his darts, and for me, it's all because of this throw.
Gino, you require 40.
As you look at this throw, it's just so smooth. You probably think he could hit anything.
24.
Disappointed with that. That's his
Jerome,
first
you
side there
require
because
38.
his scoring phase of this leg was very good. And it might just take something really different, special today, magic.
Game shot on the first leg.
And that decision-making process there of Jerome to go 6-16 with only 2 darts in his hand proved to be the correct one for Gino Voss. His man
Second leg, it's Jerome to throw first.
Big
Game
5
on.
going for double top.
Well, that was a real steal as far as Jerome Mioch was concerned. He wasn't really in the leg in the scoring phase until he hit that 140 to leave himself on 38. And that was the score that really applied the pressure upon Gino Voss. And it may well have been the one that sort of cave in a little bit under the pressure.
137.
Yeah, we'll try and keep it up to date. We've got the in-play table as well, which we'll try and use throughout, because you would expect this go down to the
41.
last series of games. But unless somebody really steps up, and all Jerome can do right now is be the first person to get to 14 points and get this game under his belt. Like I said, the scoring for Gino has been absolutely fantastic. There's a big competition locally in this area where both players were thinking of going. I reckon there was some fantastic players there yesterday, and but they decided not to, and to have an early night.
Probably for the best, because there were some big upsets in that competition. Some players with big reputations losing to, well, I suppose the
43. Gino, you require
FA Cup style giant killing. Here's Voss 142 to level up at 1 apiece. Now for Gino Voss, this game
62.
has the must-win feel about it. Loses this one, he's 4 points behind Jerome Mioch. Still 8 to play for, but then Adams and Heenahan can also move on to 14. Conceivably, there is a scenario following the first round of matches, because Adams plays Reed, Gurney plays Heenahan, that 4 players could be tied on 12 points at the top, as Voss looks now for double 5. And in fact, with
72.
Miok not on a finish, has decided to split to leave double four next time out.
Yeah, it's been a case of the splits for both players.
100.
In the
Gino,
first
you
leg,
require
Jerome went
8.
6-16 to win the leg. Can Gino
Game shot on the
respond? He
second
certainly
leg.
can.
Gino Voss.
Once again, we've talked an awful lot this week, and for fear of repeating ourselves, but fair play to Gino.
Third leg, it's Gino to throw
I know
first.
I couldn't
Game
have
on.
handled the situation very well. Dart players can be very stubborn using the same darts and stems, but to be fair, sort of the past 10 years,
24.
maybe coming from Peter Wright as well, that players aren't afraid to change the flight stems. Mid-match we've seen with Peter Wright, but for someone like me to not have me darts, and even you
98.
might seem crazy, but just to have your dart shirt, your own trousers, etc. But if you didn't know, there wouldn't be any difference because Gino has just been
60.
superb this week.
Darts players aren't stubborn, Glenn.
I'm not, as you know, but I don't even dare say you're not a dart player, Glenn.
57.
I had enough of you yesterday. I think it's a good game for both Henry and the
46.
friendship, the travelling partners. Get this game out the way. You feel for Giron, it's a real opportunity to get that 14 points and get back to the room prepared for his next game. But for Gino, you would think a loss here, and that's his campaign, is going to be really tough to go from there, because then you're relying on others.
98.
He's got to try and keep it in his own hands for as long as he possibly can. And that's the case for anyone in this top four. That's realistically the fight. Now, Dan Reed with a really good day today. Maybe a perfect card. Could squeeze himself in the conversation. But he's going to have to rely on a lot of traffic in front of him to work their way. Effectively, you feel
99.
him and Lewis Gurney are going to be the two spoilers in this group. As Miok is 6 on 160 here to accrue what will be the third successive break in this match.
Yeah, you look at Dan Reid, who can get to 18 points, but you don't feel that the top three aren't going to win 4 games today, one of them. And even if they win 3, then you look at legs difference. So there's lots and lots of things to look at. But we'll keep you fully updated as we go along. We'll
95.
keep number crunching from me. All the players can do is, like Henry alluded to, just go through the card as Jerome, who was sensational. And some of his 100-plus finishes yesterday. Can he start today with tops?
Game shot on the
Certainly
third
can,
leg.
and that is a real
Jerome
attribute
Miok.
of Jerome Miok. And you can see him snatch his darts out there because, when you have a day like you had yesterday, finishes of 1-4-4, 1-4-4, 1-4-3, 1-10, 1-08, 1-04. When you get in that situation again like you did with that 120 finish, you just feel it's going to go.
Was that his finishes or the shipping forecast?
120.
Sounded like it, didn't it? Certainly no headwind there. It's straight through. Bounce out was the only disappointment for him there, but again, no reaction. It looks like he's... I walked through, I said, right then, lads, I'm going on the balcony. Who's going to win?
139.
Alongside Conor Heenahan.
It's not like there's much that phases Jerome Miok, is there?
Yeah, first time for me. Scott Mitchell, who I worked with on Monday's co-commentary, he sort of knew Jerome an awful lot and played him twice recently. Jerome had 109 average against Scott in a challenge tour, so he knew what his strengths were. I've been really impressed with him. You can't take his eyes off those points,
125. Jerome required 149.
He leans forward, Henry, as he looks at this 149. He leans forward, all because he got dartitis in 2017-18. Had to adapt his throw. A much more versatile player now, and has been working with his equipment, to alleviate that problem.
135.
Doesn't look like for me
52.
the type of throw that any issues there of any dartitis. He's looked at double 16.
He's
give the guy a double. And he's never far away. 3 from 4 is a fantastic asset to have.
Fifth leg, it's Gino to throw
in a day
first.
where we're going to have so many ups and downs, swings and roundabouts, it's if you know you're hitting your doubles, a good thing to have. Good game.
180.
But a little bit of treble hitting like that doesn't go amiss every now and then.
81.
And that's why that throw there I reckon any dart he can really throw well. It's just when you get down to the business end of a leg, and there's that front elevation there. The hips and the legs are very straight, but that upper part of the body really moves forward, which he had to do to address that. But you can just see, watch the elbow there. Just watch it dip each time he's throwing a dart. That's quite unique way of doing it. There's that one. I'd like to see a more smoother follow through there. I'd like to see those. That was a better dart. That last dart was absolutely beautiful. Just look at that elbow, just dip as he's going along, but the follow through is really elegant.
30.
Take a teapot the back of their arm. The importance of that non-throwing arm for your balance. And like you said, once again, 2 Dutch lads which are so quick, which has been a thing for Dutch players for many years.
81. Jerome, you require 121.
Such a thing as a slow Dutch player. Well, Jerome Miot may be getting off to a fast start here, but he's not going to take out the 1-2-1 for the match here. And so Gino Voss needs a 1-2-7 to save the game.
127.
And Jerome Miot only scoring 8 will give Voss that extra little bit of hope. But he's not going to get a dart at the ball, and now he's got to hope that Jerome Miot can't take out the 113 to take out the match. The man who had a plethora of ton-plus finishes yesterday is looking for the ball to begin with a match with 1.
88. Gino, you require 48.
For Gino to get back into the race. Double 16. Like
32.
I said, that's just when you want that weird balance of your dart.
Jerome, you require 25.
Right at the end, and Jerome couldn't wait to get to the hockey.
9. Gino, you require 16.
Doesn't go, and so Voss is back for double 8. Can he kiss it off the barrel?
No
That's the answer. Miot's back for the match.
Jerome, you require 16.
And you feel that's the chance gone for Gino Voss. The 2 Dutch guys playing each other. And it's delight for the Dutch. Jerome Miot is the first player to go to 14 points today. It's job done for Jerome, and once again adds to his tally of 100+ checkouts. He looks in good nick. He knows he can improve, but one thing he will go back in is that his doubles are really working for him. He'll want to find his scoring boots as he moves on, but it's a case of job done. It's over to Martin Adams now. Can he follow suit in his match against Dan Reed after this short break?
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Jerome Mioch has made his early move in Group A. The final day of play, a real battle for top spot, and Mioch's 4-1 win over fellow Dutchman Gino Voss means that Martin Adams now needs to get a similar result to go level at the top. And was that win for Mioch a result that rules out Dan Reid, who's now 6 points off the pace, so in desperate need of victory if he harbours any hopes of an almighty climb up the table? Adams still very much in contention, a 3-time world champion looking for top spot. And there's another one in the commentary box alongside Henry Deacon. It's Glenn Durrant.
Thank you so much, Chris. Yeah, and this is one of those games which is hard to read based on the head-to-heads. On the opening day, Dan Reid did beat Wolfie 4-2. But yesterday, Martin Adams done a real job on Dan Reid. So it's really difficult to try and assess. It's a classic case. It really is on the day. But after that performance there from Jerome Mioch, he's got himself to 14
it's Dan
points.
to throw first.
You just feel
Game
Martin
on.
Adams has to follow suit right now. And it's a tough one with Dan Reid. He hasn't been at his best. He'll want to go into Group B or Group C with some form. He did win more than he lost yesterday as a positive, but I still think there's more to see from him, Henry.
28.
Most certainly, but first things first, I said to Murph on that lead-in, there's 3 World Championships between us in this commentary box. Although, let's be fair, it's more heavily weighted in one favour than another.
I did enjoy saying that with Matthew Edgar last week, but
Yeah, but you haven't won the Iceland Masters.
55.
good point.
But yeah, as you say, Dan Reid effectively has to go through the card today and hope for favours elsewhere if he's going to harbour
90.
any hopes of getting through. As for Martin Adams, well, he's in a really good position to qualify, and you get the sense that it would do him the world of good if he can get over the line today in terms of his chances if he was to progress through to Saturday night.
60.
Those couple of days off, you feel will favour him more than others.
Yeah, and one word we didn't use when I was speaking with Chris Murphy upstairs was experience as well. I mean, I fancy Conor Heenan to do the job today.
76.
You know, Jerome's one who started very quickly, but you know that word experience. You know, the battles that Martin Adams has been in, the scraps he's renowned for. I think he'll love the challenge today, and he's
140.
get one up on all these young pups. He's sat in there as the most experienced player, of course. I was looking yesterday at a photo between himself and Jerome looked about 10-year-old. So, you know, for him
30.
to be sat in there with Martin, I'm sure they're all learning a little bit. When I went in yesterday, he was singing a song to them, Martin, but something I never thought I'd ever see.
Mind you, nor did we expect the shirt from yesterday.
100.
He said there's more to come. I was slightly disappointed it wasn't wearing one today. Obviously, he's, you know, his affiliation with prostate cancer and Macmillan, and he still wears them shirts.
100. Martin, you require 146.
We're going to get an absolute beauty in terms of the finishing stakes on Wolfie here. He's got 6 on 146 to take the opening leg on Dan Reid's darts.
45.
I did like his reaction with the first dart because I think he fancies the job today. Like I said, I still think the old fire in the belly's there, and yeah, it's one of those days today where it
31.
could
Martin, you
go
require
right down to the last
101.
dart.
But the old sporting analogy, you may lose that yard of pace, but you never forget how to play the game. As he goes for double 12 for 101 to kick things off.
77. Dan, you require 146.
It's a big chance, but a chance nonetheless for Dan Reid.
$60. Martin, you
Again, this
require
group's
24.
been round about the 18 dart mark too many times for my liking. I think the person that wins it today will have to score heavier
Game shot on
and
the
hit
first
doubles
leg.
like that, and
Martin
maybe
Adams.
get it down to 15 darts. It's surprising to see Martin Adams win a leg of darts in 20 against someone like Dan Reid, but once again, Dan Reid did not
Second
come to
leg,
the
it's
party
Martin
in
to
that
throw
leg.
first. Game on.
He's far from at his best, and he's deep, deep in thought there.
Well, you say that. However, he managed to have a really good day yesterday, and his highest average over the course of 5 matches was 83.5. He was able to do enough
135.
in the important moments to get over the line in games. It hasn't been vintage from Martin Adams. It hasn't been the rip-roaring ton-plus averages that we've seen from him so often here at the Super Series. But what he has been able to do is dig in, carve out results. And to be fair, he openly says averages is not something he cares about. The only thing that he worries about is getting the results. And as far as he's concerned, if he's in Champions Week, it doesn't matter how, because he has got his name on the weekly trophy and he's got his chance of playing for 20k.
Yeah, just like a scrap. He likes a challenge, as I said, and that I think them statistics back up what I'm trying to say. It hasn't been vintage. I don't think anyone has really shown their best form. There's been glimpses from Mioch and that incredible 111 average yesterday in his final game. He's the guy who seems to be on the rail up at the moment. But I kind of think Conor Hayden will have something to say in his next game against Lewis Gurney.
What I will tell you, one thing for nothing, no matter what happens today, who's ready for Group B tomorrow? Because you got the two players that drop out of Group A joining Robert Thornton, Mark McGeaney and Brett Claydon. I'm going to tell you now, that has got the potential to be one of the best Group Bs we've ever seen here at the Super Series. Yeah, Group B is always very, very strong because you're getting two players, but you have to think as well that you can already taste Champions Week, can't you? I mean, them players now, the 11 players that have qualified will be heavy in practice now. They'll be preparing so hard, and yeah, it's going to be a brilliant week next week. And
Martin, you require 46.
I won't be in the comms box, but will Martin Adams be playing there? He'll need to do with finishing like this. He goes to his trusted double 16. Will it be friend or foe? Because too many times for my liking yesterday, it was the latter.
14.
And that continues because that Rise smile tells you, because that's what he's relied on, Henry, for 30 years. But he's going to get another go as Dan Reed, he just finds himself a visit behind in legs here.
Martin, you require 32.
His main objective will be to try and shoehorn his way into Group B on Thursday and Friday respectively, as Adams again has another bite at the double 16 cherry, but it may not be merry for Martin.
No score.
Because Dan Reed's going to come back to break back.
70.
I said Martin will just want to do enough to win, but they'll be hurt in the fact he's missing 16s. And it's typical of darts.
50.
Well, usually when you have one dart, I'm surprised
32.
Dan Reed, that didn't go in. I don't anticipate Martin messing about for much longer on this double 16.
Game shot on the second leg.
That was the case.
Martin Adams.
It took him too many times for when he's going to be playing the Heenahans, when he's going to be playing the Mioch. And I think that's what the shake of the head was for.
Third leg, it's Dan to throw first. Game on.
It seems a long time since Dan Lowby won week one, doesn't it? I mean, even just coming into the building today, the preparation for next week, it's
92.
Arguably the biggest week in amateur darts right now, and you just get the feeling the partnership with the ADC Oceanic this series. A couple of players come from ADC Europe as well, the ADC UK, some of the invited
64.
players, the legends, the new players coming through. It's been a fantastic mix. It's been a wonderful series, hasn't it? And next week we go. Yeah, I remember speaking to Danny Lowby that week he won.
60.
He was saying that there's players in North America that are absolutely desperate. They want to beg, borrow, steal their way over here to try and play in this competition. The viewing numbers are increasing out in the States. There's huge traction about that tournament
85.
over in the States. He actually said he feels like he wants to take on a role as almost a pioneer for more North American darts at the Super Series and being one of their first representatives. Of course, we had Jacob
59.
Taylor in the previous series get all the way to the final, but he feels there's a real gateway for North American play. And to be honest, you look at some of the players who have played here, even in this series, the likes of Jim Long. If we can get these players over on a more pertinent and permanent basis as time goes along, I think
60.
they could be a dominant force in this competition. Yeah, there's a couple of Americans that spring to mind as well. Danny Baggish has not got a tour card at the moment as well. I don't know how much dart he's playing at the moment, but
100.
I just think the guys, that what Raymond Smith did with the Australian, the Oceanic side of things, but I think the ADC Europe, they're now going to be playing some real qualifying events for players to come here, so it is just getting better and better. And
63.
Yeah, I'll be watching next week. So if you're on any social media platforms at MSS Darts, give it a follow. watch all the updates, watch the live, but more importantly, give us a little
55.
Give us a little message now. We'll have a little chat about your thoughts. Who do you think's going to win that 20 grand prize? I'm sure Luke Littler will have and will be the headline act, but I say my eye keeps going to Steve West. I think he's a guy, we've used the word experience of Martin Adams in this game.
125. Dan, you
He's the one
require
I
135.
have value for. As Dan Reid looks at this 135, he'll look at the bullseye area, but just typical of his first 2 days, just a little off target.
85. Martin, you
So
require
this for a
104.
3-0 lead and the double breaker throw for Martin Adams. That is the worst start he could have possibly have found because that leaves him on the Nina, the 99.
44. Dan, you require 50.
So it's going to be 2 at tops for Dan Reid to pull one back. Now double 10.
30.
It's not happening, Henry.
Martin, you require 60. $20.
Tops is not his
Dan, you
go-to
require
double,
20.
but he's been more prolific on tops than 16s this week. Oh, that horrible double 5. And that's the reason it's horrible. And once again, Martin Adams
No
is coming
score.
back after
Martin, you require
21 darts.
40.
It's not what I expected today from Dan Reid. We felt he was
Game
going to be
shot
nice
the
and
third
relaxed.
leg. Martin Adams.
He's going to be very tight, very frustrated, and very upset looking at that 3-0 scoreline.
However, from the other perspective and the
Fourth
perspective
leg,
of
it's
Martin
Martin to throw
Adams,
first. Game on.
he's not going to care how. He's got the points on the board. He's pressuring Jerome Milk. He'd rather win 4-0 in these circumstances than average 110 and like Gary Stone did last week and be on the wrong end of the scoreline.
Yeah, good shout, but
77.
I think if you said that to Martin Adams, he'll probably disagree with you. Like I said, there are players that not only do they want to win, they want to win impressively as well. They want to show them players in the... I mean, none of them players in the players area right now are going to be
95.
thinking, well, I don't fancy playing Martin Adams today. So, yeah, he's old school Martin. He might just say it's all about the 2 points. And when I do play Jerome and when I do play Connor, I'll raise my game.
43.
As Robert Wickwood would say. Easy for me to say, by the way. What's your average? I lost.
What was he called?
140.
Robert Wickwood.
Just leave it.
Can't wait for his return in Series 5.
What's your worst game to commentate then? Robert Rickwood against...
Richard Rowlands, probably.
180.
That's better from Wolfie. That's his first of the day, and your feeder's going to need plenty of them today. How typical of darts.
140.
Been nowhere to be seen as Dan Reid in this game. His scoring power hasn't been there. He's averaging low 70s. And as soon as Martin Adams finds the treble, he does exactly the same.
95. Dan, you require
So 126 for
126.
Reid after 9 to get a leg on the board. It would be for a break. Going to have to find a few of them, though, if he's going to come back from 3-0 down. And so Martin Adams now
54.
has a match-winning
Martin, you
opportunity
require
on
106
106 to get over the line. And it will put him back to the summit as far as the table is concerned. Well, there's still an opportunity. Treble 17 would have given him a dart at the bullseye for the match. But Dan Reid coming back for 72 to
82.
get a leg on the board.
Dan, you require
I was thinking
72.
there, Henry, the legs difference could come to be a real interesting one. So Martin Adams will want to put this game to bed, but Dan is going to have a dart at tops.
Game shot on the fourth
Smack,
leg.
bang,
Dan
in the
Reid.
middle. And you got to feel that was from absolute nowhere. I had no confidence. He's 1 from 6 now. Is
Fifth leg, it stands
Dan
to
Reid
throw
on the outer
first.
ring.
Game on.
Martin's not much better, 3 from 12. So again, Group A has been about missed opportunities. Just a real tale. And once again, it could be the fact that the
38.
guy with the best checkout ratio today is the guy. There's nothing to separate these players. The in-play table shows that Martin Adams will go top because of that superior legs difference. So even that leg there from Dan Reid will frustrate Adams.
43.
if Martin Adams gets over the line, he'll move on to 14 points. The legs difference depending on the margin of victory. That is as things stand with a two-leg buffer.
125.
Jerome Meok, 14 points plus 10. Conor Heenahan yet to play in his opening round of fixtures. He takes on Lewis Gurney following the conclusion of this one on 12 points. Now, Gino Voss, if Heenahan wins, would be 4 points adrift of the top three, probably
41.
curtailing his chances of winning the group. May even curtail his chances of even playing in the evening session.
Yeah, then you start looking at when them are playing each other, them guys on who are vying for top spot, and really the middle of today could be very,
140.
very interesting.
Well, game 13 is Martin Adams against Conor Heenahan. That's the first game of the final round. Jerome Meok plays Lewis Gurney in the final round. As far as battles against each other are concerned,
30.
well, the middle part of the day could be very important. Meok plays Heenahan in game 7. Adams plays Voss game 9. Adams Meok game 11. The big encounters
58.
come towards the finishing post.
That's assuming that Martin wins this game, because all of a sudden scores of 43, 41 and 30. His scoring has deserted him, and Dan Reid is running away with this leg.
100.
Looking very
Daniel required
good now for a
140.
3-2 scoreline. And all of a sudden, Martin will, you feel, may tighten up. 65 left.
100.
Very aggressive, because that very easily could have gone in the bullseye. Dan Reid's just beginning to find his feet. Is it a little too late, though?
Well, at the minute, the pair look like ships passing in the night, as far as levels of performance are concerned.
140. Daniel required 40.
The issue's been, he's been 1 from 6 now. He's 1 from 8 when it comes to the outer ring.
20.
And it dips just below. And can Martin Adams save his
147.
best finish for last?
Can he finish with a maximum? Albeit on the green baize. He's wearing a nice shade of green there. But for Dan Reid, he has to improve 1 from 9 on
60.
the outer ring now.
Daniel
He
required
has
20.
to find this double 10, you feel. He went big. 5 last time. He hasn't learnt his lesson. You really do have to give it that
No
extra
score.
height on that.
Martin, you
Martin
require
Adams is thrown for the
87.
match.
87 points away. We're going back to the summit of the table. On legs difference, he has got 2 in his hand, a double 18.
Game,
and
shots,
Martin
and the
Adams,
match.
the
Martin
Wolf,
Adams.
is in the hunt for top spots in Group A. He gets the better of Dan Reid by 4 legs to 1. He returns to the summit at the top of the table. It wasn't a classic encounter, it wasn't a classic affair, but Martin Adams won't care because he is the man back at the top of the table. The pressure Jerome Meok applied by winning his opening game. Well, Martin Adams has now put it on Conor Heenahan, who can make it a three-way tie at the top on 14 points if he can get the better of the man who begins the day at the bottom of the pile, Lewis Gurney, after this.
Well, the top two have both opened up with comprehensive victories here at the MODUS Super Series. Martin Adams and Jerome Mayock both winning 4-1. So attention now turns to Conor Heenahan, the other player who was on 12 points going into this final day of Group A action, looking to follow suit and join them on 14, keeping alive this three-way tie at the top of the table. And as Henry and Glenn were saying, they don't all play each other till later in the day, so it could be a real thrilling finale to today's play. Lewis Gurney unlikely to be involved in the race for Group B, but will be officially out of the race for top spot if he loses this one.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chris. Yeah, Jerome Mayock first game.
Leg. It's Lewis to
tick.
throw first.
Martin Adams
Game
first
on.
game, 1 tick. Conor Heenahan pending. But the top players have opened up exactly what they wanted to do. Maybe not as impressive as they want to do, but I think they all realise that the head-to-heads between the guys are really important. You would think it's a banana skin here for Conor Heenahan.
95.
Lewis Gurney has got some real qualities, demonstrated that many times this week. But on the head-to-head battle so far, it's been big, big wins for Conor Heenahan. 4-1 and 4-2 in the opening 2 days. And he just seems to have that real determination. I seen him afterwards, and it was a real early night for him, and just get himself ready for the day. And there was no talk of wanting to go into Group B, or his determination is to get Group A won.
46.
He fully realises he's behind on legs difference. So as we said, Henry, those head-to-heads coming up very soon, later today, are going to be so important.
And I think
100.
we're going to see the best of Lewis Gurney today. I think this little bit of freedom that he's going to have, I think it might play into his favour. We've seen stuff from him, good stuff from him
91.
in spells. It's about harbouring it on a more consistent basis today.
He looks fresh. It looks like he fancies this today, and yeah, like I said, maybe the pressure of being
90.
here, and
Lewis should require 131.
And I tell you what, that makes him a very, very interesting player in Group C or Group B. You've got to say the Group
Conor,
B
you
is going to
require
come from them top three now.
120.
Heenahan's not going to climb the ladder, and so Gurney's going to come back for 76 to take the opening leg and perhaps
80.
put a
Lewis
spanner in the
requires
works for those who
76.
thought the top three would be prized on 14.
Yeah, this would tell me an awful lot about where he is in that second dart. Yeah, the way he looks at his fingers. It is lovely. The conditions are fantastic. It's a lot warmer in the
36.
building, obviously, clearly in the
Conor,
sort
you
of summer
require
months and that.
40.
And I think that's fantastic for great darts.
Game shot on the first leg.
Solid.
Conor Heenahan.
First time we've used that word, clinical, clean. Conor Heenahan looked like he had the real eye of the tiger when
Second
I went
leg,
through
it's
the
Conor
players
to
area
throw
earlier.
first.
Was one of the two players that put his hands up when I said who's going to win it today. Big favourite with the bookies.
58.
Now, Conor Heenahan's record when it comes to Group A is a little bit of a love-hate relationship. Now, the week he hit his first 9 darter here,
59.
he shouldn't have even been in that Group B. At one point, he had a 6-point cushion at the top of Group A. He let it slip.
100.
He let it slip from his grasp. And so Group B was where he was positioned.
58.
So, when it comes again over the line in Group A, it's not always been a happy hunting ground for Heenahan, although it should be said that the next time in Series 2 that he played here, he then did go on and rectify the mistake, and he then had those couple of days off. And then
45.
went out in the semi-finals of that particular week, in the back end of November. And so Lewis Gurney, now, he did decide to play in a local competition
39.
last night. Very popular amongst players here. Now, I've just been given a list of names of players who played in that tournament last night. Lewis Gurney being one. Gary Stafford, Mike Gillett, Tommy Morris, Scott Mitchell,
97.
Jared Cole, Ryan Finesse, Robbie King, Ricky Williams, Adam Lipscomb, Martin Grierson, Simon Whitlock, Scott Walters.
Wow. Didn't realise Scotty Mitchell, he
59.
didn't mention it on Monday, was going over. So.
And there's some other guys, like your Bills of the world, of course, always playing those
Surely.
competitions. Look at it, just play some of the
60. Conor, you
superstars.
require
Surely Jared Cole won
120.
that.
Must have.
Once again, exactly the same. Look at the big 15.
88.
This time a little change around there for Conor. was exactly the same route he had last time.
44. Connor, you require 32.
Double 16 for a 2-0 lead. Does seem to enjoy playing Lewis.
Game shot on the second leg. Connor
Continues.
Heenahan.
I think sometimes when these head-to-heads as well, when you get to the Wednesday, Henry, and I think he'll realise that. I like
Third leg, it's
when he
Lewis to
saw
throw
the draw
first.
today.
Game on.
He'll have fancied his chances. I like that from Lewis there. Little come on, he's saying to himself. That's something where I felt I've sort of criticised
60.
a little bit this week. He's really geeing himself up, and I still think Lewis can have a lot to play for in Group C. I think he's got the explosiveness to have a
82.
fantastic game, which he's demonstrated, just lacking a little bit of consistency and desire.
Learning a lot on the job is Lewis.
59.
And he's been very open about the fact that he's taken it, the experience as it comes. He's looking to learn a lot from it. And
97.
the good thing about this as well, and this is what I really liked about Owen Bates, the first time he played here,
98.
he had people like Colin Osborne, people like Leonard Gates in the practice room, and a young man with a lot of talent. And what he did was, in that practice room, he tried to
93.
get in the minds of those players who have been there, done it at the highest level.
140.
I was going to say it's the quietest players area I've known, but there's a big roar of laughter in there at the moment. And like I said, Lewis is
121. Lewis should
Group
require
A championship. A loss
144.
here means he would be out of Group A.
92. Connor, you require 108.
Options on 108. He does like the double 16, so you may look at 19s. Still that right-hand side of the treble 19. Just kissed away into the 7. Advantage to Gurney.
51.
Will want to get
Lewis should
himself up and
require
running
52.
today. And these combination finishes
Game shot on the third leg.
make you feel so
Lewis
much better.
Gurney.
And the thing about that double 16, that was plumb. That was right. He looks better. His demeanour's good. And
Fourth leg, it's Connor to throw
I
first.
think he's just beginning to enjoy himself. And I like Group C that the players are a little bit younger in there. Charlie Large and a couple of younger
50.
players. That might suit Lewis in there because, you know, saying you've got a couple of Dutchmen in there. Whether, you know, the languages that Martin is very,
90.
very experienced. Conor Heenahan just seems to be in a real zone. And Dan Reid, to me, appears a very quiet, reserved guy.
Yeah, very likable
60.
guys. Dan keeps himself to himself, but when he plays at his best, he's got this real explosive nature. Now, he's
140.
this week, Lewis, showed real good signs. And like I say, it's about harping that on a more consistent basis. And I just wonder maybe getting today out the way with and getting into
100.
tomorrow back on the blank canvas of 0 points for every player might be beneficial for Lewis. Just try and take as much out of today as he possibly
63.
can and go again tomorrow. Get back on the horse.
$85.
Well, he's right back in this contest. This would be for a break. A throw, he's taken the dart, but that one would be disappointing. Just when he put himself in a fantastic position in this match. He's just taking his time. He didn't just fling that last dart.
66.
That is his best dart of the week for me. Just that word composure for Lewis that I've sort of said I want him to bring into his game.
96. Lewis should require 142. $92.
Excellent
Connor,
darts.
you require 110.
And if Conor Heenahan has aspirations to top in this group, his big finishing this week hasn't been fantastic. Just the 2.
78.
But you can caveat
Lewis
the
should
fact that
require 50.
his scoring power has been so much better than his opponents. He's been afforded the luxury of time. Gurney's only going to get one dart here.
18.
The double 16. It goes awry. And
Connor,
so
you require
Heenahan
32.
back for 32 to make it 3-1.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
That's a
Connor
very
Heenahan.
important double. Just big moments in this match. You talk about the scoring power. The biggest 180 hitter this week has actually been Lewis
Fifth leg,
Gurney.
it's Lewis to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, joined by Martin Adams, who that 180
60.
in the last game, so both on 12 180s for the day. So that explosiveness can come from Gurney. He just has to find that little bit of consistency when he self-reflects, when he looks back at the experience in the MODUS Super Series. I would definitely say he looks a brighter player today. Looks like he's up for the challenge.
100.
Rabbit in headlights maybe for the first day. They're thinking, I can't believe I'm here type feeling. And just part of me thinks he's got a lot to play for in Group C, if that's going to be
43.
the case.
As a Heenahan, well, he's putting in the best performance we've seen from anyone so far today. It's been a cagey start. We can't shy away from that fact. But Heenahan seems to be the one that
140.
looks the most at home on the stage thus far.
Yeah, it's been a nervy start if you look at statistics. But I quite like the look. I think we were both surprised at the average for Jerome Mioch. It felt like a better game. And I just think Connor's just beginning to find his mojo right now. And a big 18 here.
138.
Lewis Gurney.
Lewis should require 111.
Whose highest finish of the week has been 120. Didn't really pressure that.
39. Connor, you require
and so to make it a three-way split on 14, Connor Heenahan wants 40.
20.
But
Lewis should require
Gurney
72.
is still in the hunt. Double six, that's clean, that's clinical.
Lewis Gurney.
That was excellent from Lewis Gurney. Connor Heenahan has had 3 match darts to win 4-1. They've come and gone a begging. And so Gurney is still in
Connor
this.
to throw first.
Although Heenahan has the darts here to get over the line.
Just a small sign of concern there for Connor, but that first dart at the treble 20.
125.
I think any concerns he had, you feel good when you get a couple of trebles. You feel like this is the leg, because Lewis would have the dart in the last one and would
96.
become a favourite by that. So you feel the job has to be done here for Connor Heenahan. He should be off the stage now, Henry. And like I said, that can linger a little bit, but the fact he's peppering that treble 20 right now, I think he's just looking at a 4-2 victory. I'm liking what I'm seeing from Lewis Gurney. I've probably been maybe a little bit too critical on the young man this week.
137.
But I'm loving what I'm seeing right now.
$60.
This game just got interesting.
This game may be changing. The tide may well be a turning.
101.
This is why such a fight. He loves a battle, as we said. He loves a scrap, does Connor
100.
Heenahan.
Lewis should require
So many plaudits for his
167.
9 darters and his big scoring. But he wins an awful lot of games. 4-3 in the MODUS Super Series. He's got the bottle. But Lewis Gurney is going to be playing that role today of a
Connor,
real
require
spoiler.
116.
You feel this has to go for Heenahan, otherwise he's second favourite for this match.
And it drifts the other side into the treble 5, and so Gurney is back
Lewis
for 52.
52.
To level up at 3 apiece and to perhaps
Aim shot on the 6th leg. Lewis
put
Gurney.
a real spanner in the works. That was a 14 darter. This is much improved from Lewis Gurney. 3 out of 4 on the doubling, and Heenahan, who had 3 darts in his hand,
it's Lewis to throw first.
to win by 4 legs to 1, and now having to break Lewis Gurney to get the points.
Patient and persistent from Lewis Gurney. Words I didn't think I'd be using this week. All the hard work from 3-1 down to 3-3, and then opens up with a score of 40. And Connor Heenahan once again.
100.
Yeah, the shake of the head there, because the first dart was so good. Can Gurney get back in that treble 20 bed?
60.
But cometh the big moment, cometh the big score.
140.
The first time Connor Heenahan was second favourite for this match as we went into the last leg. But scores of 40, 60 and 60. No trebles at all for Lewis Gurney in this leg. And you can see him looking up to the heavens.
91.
And Connor Heenahan on the other side. 100, 140, 91. Leaves a finish after 9. This is quality. I said he wins a lot of games 4-3.
133.
He's in a
Connor,
good
you
position.
require
6 starts from here.
170.
You may well finish with a fishy flash. decides to set up.
138.
Ooh. How sensible, how experienced.
44.
And for the
Connor, you
match.
require 32.
It's had its ups and downs. He's big favourite throughout the game. He was against the darts in the last leg.
16.
He continues
Lewis, you require
to keep us waiting.
164.
He may not get a go. He is going to get a go. And so Heenahan, who is now
11.
squandered
Connor, you require
6
16.
opportunities to win this match.
And it's
Game,
another
shot, and the
enthralling
match.
encounter here at the
Connor
MODUS Super
Heenahan.
Series. It's Connor Heenahan that gets over the line. Very relieved in the end because there was a superb fight back there from Lewis Gurney in that mid-match surge. And the tail of the tape tells you that Connor Heenahan has the better stats. For Lewis Gurney, the positives, very, very good on the outer ring for him. He looked very settled, very fresh in that game. But Connor Heenahan joins the party with Jerome Mayock and Martin Adams. This is getting exciting. Over to you, Jerome Mayock. He's up next against Dan Reed.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where 3 fixtures have been played so far, and all of the top 3 have won those matches. A 4-1 win for Jerome Mayock against Gino Voss. The same scoreline for Martin Adams against Dan Reed then. Connor Heenahan could have won it 4-1, but ended up winning in a last leg decider. And if you look at the fixtures in the next round of games, They all avoid each other again, don't play each other until Miok meets Heenahan in Game 7. Well, the table could not be tighter between the top three. 14 points, all looking to carry on that winning run. And there's a clear separation in this group now. Next match sees Miok face Dan Reed, who, if he loses, will be officially ruled out of contention for top spot. And to talk you through it, it's back to Glenn and Henry.
Yeah, Jerome could say cheerio to Dan Reed's hopes of progressing through Group 8. Miok, he wants to be top of the lot.
First leg, it's Jerome to
He got
throw
his campaign
first.
off to the perfect
Game
start
on.
against Gino Voss. It felt like a better performance than what the stats actually suggested. 80.83 average, but 50% on the doubles and a Shanghai finish to boot. It was steady without
97.
the need to be spectacular.
Yeah, and for Dan Reed, just real disappointment. It was a very, very poor opening game against Martin Adams.
125.
Dan Reed, the player I've witnessed so many times, he's really impressed me every time I've seen him on the MODUS Super Series stage. And
180.
he'll have the experience to know that he wants to finish on a high to start his campaign tomorrow. Jerome Miok, for me, he's just got that bounce in the step again, very reminiscent to the way he finished the day yesterday. And that staggering 111 average. And he's opened this match very, very nicely.
44.
Of course, until I open my mouth.
Yeah, you leave that. Yeah. Well, Jerome Miok went off 4-6. Favourite with the odds compilers. Dan Reed, the 11-10 outsider.
I think that's respect to Dan Reed of what he's done previously as well. We know what a great player he is, and he can turn it on.
100.
You know, if we look at the head-to-head, Jerome really gave Dan Reed a beating on the open day. 4-0, it was a real demolition job. But yesterday, Dan Reed beat Miok 4-2.
100.
He's got it in the locker,
80.
just not enough this week. So, again, it's one of these head-to-heads, which statistically would say it's a very tight match. But right in the early stages, Jerome Miok in rapid time.
Second leg, it stands to throw first.
1-0.
And just watch the way he just stepped back to the back of the stage there. He was not messing about. It was almost like Joe Root coming out to bat, and the fact he wanted to run straight to the crease.
Yeah, just a minute for that leg of darts. So when Jerome is playing, and
100.
I think what we've identified, myself and Henry, and I think it was something that Scott Mitchell alluded to on Monday as well, when you stood behind him and he's really playing rapid, that's when he's throwing his best dart. He finds
45.
a rhythm that he's sprinting to the hockey there, and when he lets go of that first dart and them incredible points of his, is you can't take your eyes on that.
134.
Have you seen many bigger points than that of Jerome's?
I think Justin Pipe used a 52mm.
60.
But I think what JP was trying to do was really understack the dart. I think it's the first time I've really seen a very long
97.
point with that traditional way that the dart goes in. So I did try it. I did try putting very long points in. I really struggled with the balance. I was actually getting a lot of bounce outs because my
Jerome, you require
dart clearly flies
170.
different to Jerome's. But like I said, he looks very, very good. And another one of them.
96.
Puts him
Dan,
in a
you
good
require
position, and Dan Reed
160.
needs something special. He's not going to get it here.
60. Jerome, you require 74.
It's tops. And that would have been for back-to-back 15
Dan,
to
you
kick this
require
game off. And so
100.
Dan Reed back for 100. Tops maybe, or does he like the lie? Like the lie.
42. Jerome, you require 20.
High
Game
pressure
shot
dart.
the second leg. Jerome Miok.
Absolutely no problem for the Dutchman there. He's in fine fettle right now. He's looking really good. He's 2-0 up.
Third
I think
leg,
he'll
it's
have been
Jerome to
pleased
throw
when he's seen the
first.
two players
Game
to
on.
get Gino Voss out the way in the opening game and have the darts against Dan Reed, who's flattered to deceive this week. He's below his usual high standard.
134.
Jerome Mioch is all over it. He's looking like the form man right now, Henry.
We talk about making statements on Wednesday, and in this second round, which can be so pivotal because it can see people in and out of the equation, this is the game on a Wednesday when you want to perform and put a statement performance
60.
in to make the rest of the field sweat underneath you.
And there's that fantastic camera angle, and it's more the next darts I'd like to sort of discuss if we can keep this camera
81.
angle on. We talk about these amazing points Harry's got in, but actually, from the eye line, you wouldn't know that he's got incredible points. What that's showing me is when the darts are landing in the board, there's still an awful lot of the bed to aim for. And I think that's one of the bonuses for having such long points. But Dan Reid is as traditional as they get, apart from the very black
100.
barrel and flights and setup there. But you wouldn't know from that overhead angle there that he's using 48 mil points.
96.
Has he got a point to prove today?
Oh, Henry, I thought you couldn't get any lower.
140. Jerome required 170.
Jerome can make a real big point here because his finishing has been incredible. And I think we both sat forward. There's the first
Daniel
treble 20
81.
winning. Dan Reid, this has to go, young man, and that doesn't help. 74 left. That is just a frustrated, angry,
25.
nasty dart.
Jerome required 36.
Double-double's good, but treble 14
Game
was the
shot
shot.
on the third leg. Jerome
Get me
Mioch.
words out. Jerome Mioch is 3-0 up in less than 6 minutes. The guy is on...
Fourth leg, it's Dan to throw first.
He's on speed dial at the Super Series. And the rest of the field may need to be calling in favours from this point onwards.
And the legs difference as well. No apologies for the in-play table
96.
today because it's that tight. But just look at the legs difference. Martin Adams has been in... It's virtually been a point for him. But that outstanding finish yesterday for Jerome Mioch. Also today, and just look at that
60.
legs difference. He's right on the tail now with Martin Adams. We said it was an extra point. This guy's doing everything in his powers.
100.
My eye goes to the timetable there, the rota, the players, the next game for Jerome Mioch against Conor Heenahan. One not to be missed.
Well, if Mioch wins this by 4-0, he goes level with Martin Adams in terms of legs difference. And would go ahead of Martin Adams on the metric of legs one. And goodness gracious me, this could be a group that goes down to that
57.
kind of metric.
And we'll keep you fully updated already. The first one is Lewis Gurney cannot win Group A. And it's not looking good that Dan Reid's going to do this because defeat here for him means it'll be a Group B, Group C campaign if he's going to get here on Saturday night.
60. Daniel required 36.
By far his best leg for Reid. He seems to be doing it when the games are done and dusted.
That one bent the wire. Can the third one find its way in?
18.
He's going to come back for 3 more, but it's going to be what we like to call the tricky little double 9.
He's got time on his side. Well, he did. So he has got the opportunity, maybe a 10 double 4, 2
Daniel
double 8.
require 18.
But when your confidence is low, sometimes you just go direct. And that's usually the outcome. That's a sign for me of someone who's not playing confidently.
14.
Not to be.
Jerome require 90.
Jerome Mioch, he's already thinking of a bullseye for the last note, isn't? It's double 15, very aggressive. I like that. Just
82.
the execution was just a couple of millimetres off.
Daniel require 4.
To pull a leg back. Now has to move across, has to pick a side. Oh my. Good luck, sir.
2.
That would have been one of the best darts of the week if that found a
Jerome
way.
require
And so
8.
Mioch wants double 4 for a 4-zip win in double quick time.
Game,
And
shot,
it is a 4-0 victory for Jerome Mioch. His record for the day is 1-8 legs and dropped just to 1. He's made a real surge at the beginning of day 3 here at the Super Series in deposing of Dan Reid by 4-0. An improved average as well, 7 points on what we saw from him last time. 40% on the checkouts. His doubling has been his strongest suit so far today for Jerome Miok, and he puts himself onto 16 points, piling the pressure upon Conor Heenahan, who is looking to get the better of Gino Voss. Now, he's in last chance saloon now, if he stands any chance of progressing through.
And don't forget, next week is indeed Champions Week. You can view all the action across the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel and live on Sporty Stuff TV. And tickets, of course, available for the grand final as well via dartshop.tv. The players battling it out to be there include Conor Heenahan and Gino Voss, who are about to do battle in Group A. Defeat for Voss would mean he's out of contention to win the group, and a win for Heenahan would see him remain tied at the top of the table as he was before the day started.
Thank you, Chris. Yeah, Gino Voss.
First leg, it's Connor to throw
pretty much
first.
demolished by
Game
Jerome
on.
Mioch, but these players now at the bottom, the Lewis Gurneys, the Danrys, the Gino Voss, can still make an awful lot of difference to where this league table will conclude. He can actually do a favour for his travelling partner, Jerome Mioch, with a win here against Conor Heenahan. They've played each other twice this week already, but Conor Heenahan has beaten
100.
Gino Voss twice this week. So he's very much in the same scenario as his first game. Will the outcome be the same as well? But you can just see, I don't know about you,
89.
Henry, but even though the averages haven't been spectacular today, there's going to be tension and anxiety around the three of them. But I just see a real business-like performance from Jerome Mioch in particular, Martin Adams, and this man in your picture right now.
Well, Conor Heenahan looked the most assured
100.
of all the players in that first round of fixtures, but it was a much improved performance from Mioch, could you say, in the last one. As far as Gino Voss is concerned, well, he's stuck behind the 8 ball. He's got to win every single game from here and then hope that his favours accrue to his favour elsewhere. That was a great bit of English, wasn't it? Favours accrue to your favour. Goodness me.
134.
You know, someone who technically scrutinises players. For me, as these two players approach the hockey, throw a dart, there's only
32.
one winner.
Connor, you require 78.
So that's why, you know, you don't... The technical players aren't always the best one, because this guy in your picture just throws a dart and everything, where I wince a little bit. The power, the ferocity as his body jerks as he throws a dart compared to this beautiful throw. But as you can see...
134. Connor, you require 20.
It's this man who has a dart to go. 1-0
Game shot on the first leg.
Conor Heenahan is following suit to what Jerome Mioch has done so far. He'll have watched the performance from Jerome
Second
so
leg,
far,
it's
who's
Gino
been
to throw first.
fantastic, winning 8 legs against just the one loss so far.
58.
Yeah, Heenahan didn't have it all his own way, though, against Lewis Gurney in that particular match. He had the opportunity to win the game 4-1. It took him a couple of handfuls of match starts to get over the line in the end.
$81. $43. $100.
I feel this match was going to be tight. Maybe something very special.
82. $133.
Gino Voss just continues to impress, and I just feel, Henry, that these guys, the Gino Voss, it's going to be a real miracle for him to top this group now.
140. Gino required 129.
I wouldn't want to walk into any of these players this week.
Trouble for ball? Not to be. And so Heenahan, 96 for a 2-0 lead. The breaker throw as well. Averaging just over 97 in this particular encounter.
Connor, you require 96.
Double-double, or does he like the lie of the treble? Preferred the treble.
56.
Squares up top.
Gino, you require 72.
Boss back for 72 to level proceedings up. Another one of them. Gets himself a dart at tops.
52.
And the difference
Connor,
of
you
that
require
going
40.
in there, you can virtually hear Jerome and Martin Adams
Game shot on the
shouting at him.
second leg.
Very professional today, Conor Heenahan. I'm so impressed with the 3 guys at the top. No one's blinking yet. 2 good wins for
Third leg,
Jerome
it's Connor
Mioch.
to
Martin
throw
Adams showing
first.
his fighting qualities, and Conor Heenahan being extremely professional. ... so far.
Gino Voss is
100.
staring the Group A exit door smack bang in the face now.
$55.
Is it fair to say, Henry, that this group has been about match play? That's the word I'm thinking. Real battles, they're playing and beating each other It hasn't been the spectacular darts.
180.
That incredible game for Jerome Mayock yesterday, but Conor Heenahan, is he peaking?
You always thought that he was the player who, more than anybody else, could go on a spurt and really dictate matters. Well, have a look at that for an average, 101.21. Yeah, the highest average in the first round of fixtures.
96.
And he's incrementally, well, he's not just incrementally, he has smashed the barrier of excellence so far today.
137. Conor, you require 125.
Well, you look at the centre of the board for treble 20. It's one of them special finishes, 1-2, right? A bit like a 1-3-2.
105.
But
Do you know you require
very much second best, 'cause
129?
this is a tough ask.
Well, we've been here before. The bull.
104.
He wired
Conor, you
double
require
top.
20.
He wired bull. And Conor Heenahan mopped up
Game
very
shot
nicely.
the third lay.
And
Conor
once again
Heenahan
did exactly the same. It doesn't feel like a 3-0 game, this, Henry. I think Gino Voss has arguably played some of his better darts in this game, but frustratingly to him, albeit very sportingly, is 3-0 down, but it continues to look good.
It's only taken Heenahan 45 darts to get to this particular juncture in the match. If you're going to beat Heenahan
90.
today, it feels like you're going to have to play some very good darts to do exactly that. And Gino Voss himself is averaging just under 97 and it's getting no change. In fact, he's averaging 97 over 3 legs and he's only had a couple of darts at double. And one of them was at the bull.
Yeah, which tells me part of that is like a scoring average without being
140.
too much of a boring dozer. But he's still looking very good under the circumstances. He's got great characteristics. Like I said, I still think Gino Voss will be there Saturday night. When I saw his name this week, I've had some battles with him myself over the years as well. I know what he's like to stand behind and
44.
He's a great player in full flow.
161.
I just like the fact he's not using any excuses about some of the results. I think that's something to be applauded for.
Like he said, it's just trying to make the most out of it. He can't change it. It's one of those scenarios which is completely out of your hands.
Gino, you require 180.
Has Voss got Heenahan's number? No is the answer. Now, Heenahan squared up the 170 to win the game against Lewis Gurney last time out. He didn't have to go for the ball for the 170 for the
Conor,
game.
you require 170.
This time, if he gets the 2 trebles, he will. But we'll not see him get that opportunity. So Voss for 3-1.
We had all the 170 finishes last week.
40.
They seem to have dried up as the doubles for Gino Voss dried up.
Game shot
is the answer.
play.
This is a really quality game playing at a beautiful pace. A nice little fist pump there. Might be just so sarcastic. But
Fifth leg, it's Conor to throw first.
You know, when you get 2 players playing at a nice pace, it's great to watch. They're both playing very well here.
85.
When Gino Voss put that fist in the air, Conor Heenahan never took his eyes off the treble 20.
Yeah, Jared Cobb
45.
with so many fish. Is that in your neck of the woods? You say that we'd be left for the scraps.
You're nicking my jokes again.
135.
This is just warming up nicely today. I think if it was a boxing match, they were just throwing
84.
a few jabs out in them opening games. And now we're seeing a couple of haymakers here. And it's your man here who's looking for the knockout blow. Super impressive. That combination of beautiful, high-scoring 180s and 3 from 4 on the outer ring. This is almost the perfect performance here from Conor Heenahan.
180. Conor, you require 101.
Route 1 darts for Conor Heenahan. Route 101 darts, potentially. Double 16.
69.
To have got the job done in style.
$54.
And for the match,
Conor, you require
a big performance here
32.
from Conor Heenahan. It was much needed. It's double 16. And Hino beats Gino for the third time this week. What a sensational performance. just shy of the 100 average. And respect to Gino Voss, who played his part, who's played at a lovely pace. And look at those numbers. Fantastic positives for both players, but it's Connor Heenahan, who, anything you can do, Jerome Mioch, I'll see you and I'll raise you. A fabulous game. And he moves also to 16 points. Will Martin Adams do the same? Well, Martin Adams is up next against Lewis Gurney.
So 5 games down and the top 3 just keep winning. Can Martin Adams continue that trend with a victory over bottom of the table Lewis Gurney in the next one? If he does, then it will be a 3-way tie at the top on 16 with just 3 fixtures left for each of them to play, and they're going to start playing each other soon. So a big opportunity for Wolfie, and it might be must win as well for Adams. Right, then it is the Martin Lewis showdown. Who's your money on, Henry and Glenn?
Ooh.
First leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
I don't know. I suppose if we get it right, we're quids in, right?
Well, I won't sit on the fence, Henry. I'll say Martin Adams 4-2.
60.
No one wants to know my opinion.
Well, I'd like to hear your knowledge of dart. I'm just sort of looking at the
100.
CV of Martin Adams, and I don't know about you, but I go to Phil Nixon game and a couple of other games. But he's won for you he's won 3 World Masters. Who did he beat in the final of them 3 World Masters? I think I'd have got
140.
I think one was an unbelievable game. I remember watching it on a Sunday grandstand Sure, Lewis Gurney, how old would he have been
81.
when that happened? Around about 2009.
Stuart Kellett.
Well done. I wouldn't have got that.
Darryl Fitton.
No. But I tell you what I am seeing as you're thinking. I am seeing
140.
Martin Adams enjoying the challenge. That's what I'm seeing in that first game there. I think, sometimes when you get into that seniors road, you think that all your best battles are over and done with. And I think he's come today with vigour, with determination, with real desire. He's got to be impressed the way Mioch and Conor Heenahan have played already today.
60.
And he wants to be part of that. That's well thrown darts without the reward. And a much more improved Lewis Gurney.
100. Martin, you require
Will be a
101.
fight for anyone today.
Okay, so 101. Be pretty much the perfect 15. Treble 19. We're going to get him a dart at double 12, and so Gurney is back for 80 on opening leg
77.
break.
Lewis, you require 80.
Double 10
Game
to
shot on the
take the
first
opener.
leg.
Lewis Gurney gets the break
Gurney.
upon Martin Adams here.
Is there a bounce in the step of Lewis Gurney today?
Second leg, it's Lewis
Can
to
I
throw
have another
first.
guess on
Game
that
on.
question?
There's one I think I would have remembered.
Lawrence Alagan.
No, Robbie Green. It was a game where Robbie Green,
125.
if Robbie's tuning in, which I know he does, he had a dart or a double to win. And then Martin Adams does what he does. But it was one of them games. I think I was just really beginning to play around about 2009. I was beginning to win local competitions and really into my
83.
darts. And that was a game that sort of inspired you on a Sunday afternoon on national TV as well. But like I said, I'm just looking at his CV there.
100.
It's incredible. It's incredible. FIDE Masters, World Championships, World Masters, and then that incredible England career where, the longest reigning captain, and myself and Henry, he's over my shoulder now as we just look at.
28.
He just won the Dutch Open 4 times. Wow.
Here is the best fact I am ever
140.
going to tell on a darts broadcast.
Am I meant to say something? I'm waiting.
Martin Adams, when he won his first British internationals in 1990, Margaret Thatcher was still Prime Minister.
180.
And that's your best.
Lewis will require
Well, Lewis Gurney will wanna
136.
Provide his best finish of the week. I'd go downstairs here, but Lewis does like to stay on that treble 20 bed. The two players who very
60.
rarely move from the treble 20 bed. And Adams, is he the first to blink today because he's looking second best in this game? Lewis Gurney. Averaging over
41.
106
Lewis
at the moment.
requires
If he can put
76.
this finish to bed, he'll maintain that standard.
Game shot on the
This is
second
good.
leg. Lewis
This is what I've
Gurney.
been waiting for Lewis Gurney. So what this tells me, Henry, is it's looking like he's going to be in Group C now. What a force
Third leg,
he's
it's
going to be.
Martin
He's
to throw
finding
first.
his game.
Game on.
He openly admitted to me as I spoke to him, wow, he's saying, where have you been? He's saying, well, I'll tell you where it's been, Lewis. You've grown into the competition. You're a young man gaining experience on the job, and you're getting better and better and better. And what it means,
70.
Lewis, is that you become one of the favourites for Group C. Then the word expectation comes in, and that's got to come from within. But you're doing yourself real justice here.
40.
Just keep digging in. Don't think too much about the situation. It's Martin who's got the thoughts on his mind at the moment.
Well, at the moment, it's a case of supercalifragilistic. Gurney looks precocious.
125.
I'm trying to get a response, but I'm only getting Super Cali is
140.
fantastic. Henry goes ballistic because someone's hit a big 20. Treble 20 this time for Adams. Again on 306. You've got to go downstairs on the second dart, but he doesn't. And they never will.
70.
And he'll be saying, shut up, Glenn. That's the way I play darts. And that's why I've got all my titles. Lewis Gurney. That's unlucky, but he's looking good. For the first time
80.
this week, he's looking fresh, he's looking settled.
He said, as soon as Lewis can relax, we will see some excellent stuff from him. And he looks... There's a home on that stage as he has been all week.
55.
There's no denying or doubting that.
Yeah, there's definitely an extra bounce in his step. It's great to see. This is wonderful.
140.
I had a message off one of the ADC directors who said they had very high hopes from this week. They fully expected him to top Group A. Well, it hasn't gone his way. But right now, he'd be looking good for his campaign tomorrow, Henry.
26. Lewis should require 101.
Goes for the bullseye first.
69.
And leaves
Martin, you
himself on
require
32.
155.
If he comes back, because Adams always has a blockbuster somewhere around the corner, but not on this occasion.
This
95.
also tells me an awful lot about
Lewis should
the
require 32.
mindset of Gurney. All of a sudden now, he's a favourite for this game. No longer the underdog.
Game shot on the third leg.
Continues
Lewis
to impress.
Gurney.
This is great stuff from the young man, and we've been waiting for this performance all week. He's just timing his
Fourth
run
leg, it's
very
Lewis to
nicely.
throw
Look at that
first.
big smile
Game
on his
on.
face. I've honestly said he's looked a little bit down on himself, looking down at the floor too much.
100.
I tell you what, he looks proud as a peacock right now.
And may well be ruffling some feathers as far as the group is concerned. Because this would mean it'd be the first time
100.
anyone in the big three, shall we call it, has been defeated so far today, ahead of what then would be a big round of fixtures. Miok takes on
100.
Heenahan, and that would mean that Martin Adams would be 4 points behind someone in the league table, and there would only be 6 left to play for as an absolute maximum. So suddenly here, Martin Adams, who started the
180.
day at the top, at the summit of the league standings, may well find himself in a little
59.
bit of bother here.
And as you look at that in-play table, next game, Jerome Miok against Conor Heenahan. No further words required. Pivotal moments.
70.
And a 140 here would make this leg interesting. It is against the throw of Martin Adams here.
100. Martin, you
Has the
require
desert.
151.
The first to attempt this 151.
$93.
And
Lewis
this
should require
is for the match.
142.
Doesn't go, and so Adams is going to get a couple of darts at top to bring it back to 3-1.
110.
It'd also be for a
Martin,
break
you
of throw
require
as well for
58.
the 3-time world champ.
2 darts at tops. It has been his friend this week. Big moments for Adams. And he's not up
38.
for the challenge.
Lewis should
This is for
require
a real
32.
demolition job.
This is
Game shot.
for Martin
and the
Adams
match,
to really,
Lewis
really see his
Gurney.
back against the wall now in terms of qualification, because Lewis Gurney has given him a 4-0 drubbing. And the Wolf, who was looking to prowl, well, his chances, well, it's firmly against the wall now, isn't it? 96-97, the Gurney average. 4 out of 5 when it came to the finishing. And Lewis Gurney, who we said he could play with a little bit of confidence and a little bit of poise today. Well, we may see him play some good stuff, and we did in that particular match. And so Miok and Heenahan, 16 points to their name, and they play next.
Hello again. So the race is on to make it to Saturday's finals night, and of course that last place at Champions Week next week. Glenn, it's been a really interesting start to today's play. We'll take a look at the results so far, and perhaps the most significant one is the one that we've just witnessed, Lewis Gurney beating Martin Adams 4-0.
Yeah, the big three at the top have really impressed. Jerome Mioch is 2 out of 2 and super impressed with Conor Heenahan as well. But the first to blink was Martin Adams. You would think, oh, do you look at the flip of the coin there? Because I thought Lewis Gurney's beginning to look really fresh. He's beginning to grow. The experience of being here, that starry-eyed response from him, I think he takes the plaudits there rather than Martin Adams sort of imploding a little bit with that demolition job.
Yeah, who hasn't imploded are the top two, Conor Heenahan and particularly Jerome Mioch, who he won his first game 4-1 and then his second game 4-0. Now that was Jerome's fourth 4-0 victory of the week, his win against Dan Reed. So he's shown some real dominant displays. Yeah,
that tells me that when he's on, he's on. And I've noticed, Chris, is that he does that when he's playing really quickly. When he gets into a real rhythm, he's a very tough act to beat. And he's a great front runner as well. So them 4-0 scorelines don't surprise me. He's really impressed me this week.
Right, let's have a look at how the table lies then, with 3 games left to play for all of the players in the group. And it is Mioch and Heenahan top. Now, Adams' defeat is actually more damaging in a way because one of those players is going to get to 18 and they play next. Which way is it going to go, Glenn?
Well, I've said Conor Heenahan all week, but it really is a flip of a coin. But I'm not one to sit on the fence. I'm going to stick with Conor Heenahan. There's no point changing my mind now. But listen, it would be no surprise if Jerome Mioch puts on a staggering performance. Just remember that 111 average yesterday, so that's in the locker. Boy, would he like to put a performance like that now.
Is this next match a straight shootout for top spot, or do you think there'll be more twists and turns?
I still think there'll be twists and turns because Lewis Gurney's beginning to play well. Dan Reed's got to find his form from somewhere. Martin Adams, you never write him off. So it's a momentum switch. It's pivotal, but I still think there's other things to go on yet.
Right, a quick reminder that next week, of course, is Champions Week, and there is only one place left to fill. We're going to have a quick look at the 11 players that are already there. Glenn, just looking at those, I mean, we spoke about some of them yesterday. Luke Littler, though, the Week 8 winner, he's probably going to go as favourite to defend his title. Can you see him doing that?
Yeah, oh, absolutely. He's a staggering talent. But I do like the centre of that. But I do like Steve West, Barry Van P and Andy Bolton. You know, them there. Then you've got the brilliance of a Dan Lowby in a yellow class, and there's so much to play for there. Neil Duff's going to love the experience, but Steve West keeps looking at me.
We're going to add another Dutchman, Jerome Mioch, hoping to top this group and get his place into Saturday, into that 6-player fight to fill that last spot at Champions Week next week. Now, he's taking on Conor Heenahan to see who will go top of the table and put themselves in pole position to win Group A.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. So, is this the game that separates the group, separates the two, and, well, confirms our first Saturday night finalists, Conor Heenahan and Jerome Mioch, playing what is a pivotal 7th game of the day? As far as the days are concerned, well, Jerome Mioch has been a bit of a dominant force thus far. Played 9 legs, won 8 of them, just the 1 leg so far. The solitary one being to Gino Voss in his opening match. He beat Dan Reed by 4 legs to 0 in his second. Was for Conor Heenahan, when he could have, perhaps should have had 2 4-1 victories. He had to work for it in the end against Lewis Gurney. He had darts to win that game by 4 legs to 1.
140.
Before then scraping over the line by 4 legs to 3. But it was a far more convincing a victory and a far more flourish performance against Gino Voss last time out. An average of 97, 4 out of 7 when it came to the doubling to get the better of Jerome's compatriot.
95.
You feel like a good 5-10 minutes for anybody here. Could well be the difference between them playing on Saturday night automatically through Group A or having to come back tomorrow for Group B, most probably, action.
135.
You're not first to a finish. He's got out the gate much the quicker with the 2.
58. Jerome, you require 131.
And right behind him on the hockey as well. He's up for the challenge, is the Dutchman.
91.
And that last start, just very, very important to leave a single shot to win the first leg, and Conor Heenahan has been left stranded here.
59.
But it
Jerome,
is
you require
Jerome's
40.
dart. How important will that be at the end of this game?
Game shot on the
Classy.
first leg. Jerome
Very,
Mioch.
very classy. Played at a beautiful pace again. When you snap your dart out the board like that, that's a
Second
real
leg, it's Conor to
telltale
throw
for me
first.
that you're feeling good about yourself. Conor Heenahan has got it all to do. He's got to keep fighting. That tenacity, that
100.
match play that you need, that experience of being on the MODUS Super Series, all that must come to the fore. You must dig deep, and it must start now.
134.
And we know that he can perform when it comes to the crunch, Jerome Mioch. Yesterday in that game against Gino Voss, the last match that they played, he was under some pressure to keep himself in the equation. He had 111.33. Now, in terms of the meeting between the pair yesterday, this was where Jerome was, well, Mioch was magnificent, wasn't he? 4-2 victory against Conor
85.
Heenahan, 95 average, 4 out of 4 on the doubles. That included 3-ton plus finishes, a 144 and a 143 amongst that particular pack of big finishes.
131.
Interesting as well, though, that Conor Heenahan hasn't tasted defeat since Game 5 yesterday. And guess who he played?
81. Conor, you require
Man in your picture here.
170.
You feel this is pivotal moments. Conor Heenahan is fighting here. Didn't panic with that first dart going in, and then
125.
responses of darts 2 and 3. I thought it was going to be a good game. It's turned out to be a real potential classic here. And Conor Heenahan, one of time on his side.
140. Conor, you require
Combination
45.
finishing of 45. It's going to be 2 darts, a double 16. Already
Game
big
shot on
moments,
the
but he's up
second
for the
leg.
challenge.
Conor Heenahan.
A real classy game here, Henry.
This is what you expect from the top two when they go
Third leg, it's
toe-to-toe,
Jerome
hammer
to
and
throw
tongs.
first. Game on. $100. $95.
Just sit back and enjoy this game, really. Maybe commentary to an absolute minimum. Just let the darts do the talking.
To be honest, Glenn, when I'm in the commentary box, people wish there was
59.
no commentary from this voice altogether.
You've been hard on yourself again.
30.
Just logged onto Twitter again. Or is it X these days?
41.
Just the first sign there for Jerome. Conor Heenahan, you feel, will want to be all over that. Every treble-less visit, you feel, needs to be punished.
58.
It hasn't been. So Jerome will be delighted with that. And in my mind at this stage, I'm just thinking it's a 3-0-1 game. I have the darts to myself, and 9 times out of 10, I would win that.
100.
But when you're in that high-pressured situation, your mind always doesn't tell you the right things.
100. $95.
They have played twice already this year at the Challenge Tour, both at Milton Keynes.
45. Jerome,
There
you
were big
require
wins for Conor
106.
Heenahan both times. We'll see a much improved Jerome Mioch.
Game shot on the
He loses
third
2-1
leg.
because every time he
Jerome
wants
Mioch.
100 finish. And I think for the first time in this group, that's the first real fist pump.
Fourth leg, it's Conor
Both
to throw
players
first.
here, Henry, know exactly the importance of this situation, importance of this game. And for Martin Adams, like you rightly said,
87.
would be 4 points behind the winner of this game.
Well, Jerome Mioch is 2-0 in head-to-heads against
140.
Conor Heenahan. He had the 4-2 win yesterday and beaten to nil to love on Monday. And so could these 6 points be
100.
the differentiating factor if he can complete the free zip head-to-head when it comes to the culmination of this
59.
group come the end of play today? He's averaging 100.5 here. He's scoring Heenahan into submission. The scoring power pack
100.
suggests that for Heenahan's efficiency when it comes to the ton stakes, Mioch's just been able to find that extra treble when it's come to the key
92.
visits.
Yeah, nice setup from here.
55.
Advantage Miok. Look how quickly he is to the ucky there. He's dictating the pace.
100.
And 159 is a bogey.
Bless you.
47. Jerome, you require 110.
100 plus finish, so surely this goes.
82. Connor, you require 112.
A must hit, Henry.
Musket. Could almost be Hail Mary time. I know it's not against for the match, but if Miok breaks here, he's throwing for 4-1 success.
60. Jerome, you require 28.
Beyond the point metric, a big victory, and that's a big slip. Would mean the legs difference totally wavers in his favour.
No score.
Well, that was a mess from
Connor, you
start to
require
finish.
52.
And it could be that kind of mess that could see Heenahan mop up, clean up.
44.
But it's a bit of a dust-up now.
Jerome, you
Big
require
believer in lesson
28.
learned. Yeah, should lack of composure there. Can he respond this time? He
Game
certainly
shot on
can.
the fourth leg.
That's an
Jerome
outstanding
Miok.
double 14, and the difference now from that 3-1 to 2-2. It was messy, it was ugly, but he learnt his lesson and got straight
Fifth
back
leg,
on
it's
there.
Jerome to
Didn't
throw first.
overthink
Game
about
on.
it. Jerome Miok now a big favourite because not only is he leading 3-1, he's got the darts in 2 of the last 3 legs if
81.
he goes the distance.
And you just don't... We said it yesterday, Glenn. There's just no wilt in Jerome Miok. He is as cool as a cucumber when it comes to these pivotal
121.
scenarios.
And Conor Heenahan his average has imploded in the past 2 legs. It's not something I expected. Whereas Jerome, despite them missed darts at a double,
180.
it's a lovely feeling when you're on the hockey and you know you're playing well. You know you've got a real potential of making a
100.
mammoth statement here.
He saves his best darts against Conor Heenahan. Monday averaged just under 97, 50% on the doubles in a 4-0 success. In yesterday's meeting between the pair, 95 average, 4 out of 4 on the doubles, 3-ton plus finishes against Heenahan. Here, averaging just under 96, 3 from 7 on the finishing.
96.
He is
Jerome
saving his best darts
142.
for the big moments. And this could well be a big moment because he's got 6 on 142 to complete the job.
43.
Poor counting there. There's nothing wrong with standing back. Just assessing the situation.
140.
Just that
Jerome, you require
mathematical
99.
mistake has brought Conor Heenahan back into this game. Because Conor is going to get 2 darts at a
59.
double
Connor, you
to
require
reduce the deficit.
44.
Jerome will be going loco if Conor can find 4 tops.
34.
But he may not be staying too long as
Jerome,
Jerome
you require
looks
40.
for tops.
It was a battle of the heavyweights. And
Game,
it's the Dutchman that
shots,
comes out
and
with a
the
big
match.
success
Jerome
there. A
Miok.
4-1 victory over a disappointed Conor Heenahan. It just didn't happen for him in that game. And look at the response there for Jerome Miok. He was averaging close to 100 throughout that game. And of course there was 100 plus checkout in that game because that's what Jerome Miok does. He's beginning to stamp his authority on this group and work to be done for Conor Heenahan and for Martin Adams. He takes advantage there. Is up next. It's a bottom of the table clash this time. It's Dan Reid against Lewis Gurney.
The action continues here at the MODUS Super Series, and Jerome Mioch has just put some distance between himself and the man he's just beaten, Conor Heenan, at the top of the table. We now focus at the foot of the field as Dan Reid takes on Lewis Gurney. One of them will keep alive their faint hopes of making it through to Group B with a top 3 finish. Which one can do it? Good signs from Gurney in the last match.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. Definitely
First
great
leg,
signs for
it's
Lewis
Dan to
Gurney.
throw
And just
first.
real
Game
negative
on.
thoughts for Dan Reid, unfortunately. 2 big defeats in his opening 2 games, but they said he's experienced enough to know that he'll want to go into his Group C campaign, that's what it's looking like now.
96.
Whereas Lewis Gurney has impressed me with a capital
41.
96 average and a demolition job of Martin Adams. That's something that he can go back and reflect on as a real positive of the week. And now it's about that word expectation.
60.
Now he's not only himself, but other people expecting another big performance from him now. And let's see if he duly delivers.
140.
Now let's play a game of change of equipment bingo, shall we? Because Dan Reid has gone back to the old trusty Union Jack flights. Maybe even a slight change of stem as well.
It's a dark building. You can see without the crowd in during the week. It can see behind you there. And I was never a fan of the real black flight stem combination alongside his mainly black barrel as well. I think it's a good choice, that, from Dan.
135.
Pretty much close to the equipment where we've seen him harvest so much success in the past. And
100.
we know what he is capable of.
89.
He is capable of a very high ceiling. We've seen it in patches this week. I know that he's had his frustrations at times. He looks for double 5.
79.
Take the opening leg.
Lewis should require
Gurney,
80.
Well, he beat Martin Adams in next to no time at all. Has decided to go tops. Straight off the bat of the 18. He manages to find a way and claw it in.
Gurney.
I'm loving Lewis Gurney today.
Second leg, it's Lewis to throw
Player
first.
of the day for me. Jerome Mioch will get all the plaudits, of course. He's played 3, won 3 and looked fantastic. But the improvement of Lewis Gurney overnight, it's bordering on staggering. This is the Lewis Gurney I was promised. Remember, Lewis Gurney is someone who messaged me and said, I'm devoid
80.
of confidence and what a time for it to happen. And, well, all of a sudden now I think he's seeing that treble 20 like a bucket.
60.
I've been speaking to contacts, Glenn. And they were telling me about Lewis Gurney that when he hits his top level,
96.
everybody else should be put on watch.
It's the little come-ons and that. It just didn't look...
44.
I'm never great, 100% brilliant with getting my words without sound. I mean, he just didn't look like he was enjoying the experience, let's just say that. But now I'm seeing that little bit of motivation from inside from him. And
140.
I just sort of tapped him as I went through, as if I just acknowledged that last performance against Martin Adams there. And he's just beginning to show what he's about.
57.
Beware Group C.
Beware of Dan Reid, though, because for the lyrical we're waxing about
100.
Lewis,
That's easy for you to say.
we've learned that ours ain't exactly my forte.
58. Dan, you require 85.
85 for Reid for a level game. It's tops.
Game
Dan the
shot
man
second
levels up.
leg. Dan Reid.
Bit of tension and nerves in the opening couple of games today, Henry. Now we're bordering on everyone
Third leg,
is
it's Dan
beginning
to
to
throw
find their A
first.
game.
Game on.
The catalyst being Jerome Mioch. Some great performance from Conor Heenan today, but Lewis Gurney really come to the party in his last game.
134.
Now all of a sudden, Dan Reid by far his best average of the week so far.
100.
Dan Reid does make it through to Saturday night's final. He will bring his army down from Berkshire.
Berkshire.
139.
Southerners.
He will bring down that army of fans.
125.
Very popular player
Who is the biggest supported player at finals night on a Saturday? And will we be seeing them army of fans at the
58.
Champions Week next week?
Andy Jenkins will bring basically half of Portsmouth with him.
43. Dan, you require 170.
Will we be reeling in the fish? Not on this particular occasion. I forgot that Jared Cole has taken all of our fishes here at the Super Series.
78.
You too can join us on Saturday night. We'd love an army of supporters here. You can see how much effort the players are putting in. Just simply scan
Dan,
that
you require
QR
92.
code as we see the conclusion of this leg. It'll take you to a website. Small booking fee as Dan Reid looks at double 16.
Game shot on the third
He
leg.
has switched
Dan
on his
Reid.
A game. And Dan Reid is playing absolutely delightful.
Fourth leg, it's Lewis to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, this is more the Dan Reid we've become accustomed to here at the Super Series.
45.
It's a case of Dan dastardly good.
$98.
I get so many messages from the Northeast, obviously,
100.
saying we're watching Glenn. And one of the most prolific ones is a guy called Jordan Matthews, who's doing good things on the ADC vaults in the Northeast. I don't know if it's me, Jordan, but Dan Reid is the absolute spit of you and playing darts like you at the moment.
I'm not going to carry on.
134.
Big news. Real big news. The MODUS Super Series back at home. And like I said, to see players getting opportunities. Rob
134.
Grundy was a type of player who reached the Saturday night recently who's just never been able to travel and get his real experience because he's a top player. But players are getting
Dan
opportunities
require
now.
129.
Dan Reid's got an opportunity on 129. Now we can just look to lane up.
73. Lewis, you require 164.
Well, the way Dan Reid's going, you'd have to say, Lewis, this is a must hit.
56.
This is
Dan,
a
you
3-1.
require
This is for a
56.
break. To continue what has been an incredible performance so far. Double 10.
46.
Not a friend. And Gurney
Lewis,
to
you
level up at 2
require
apiece and to
108.
bridge a gap of around about 20 points in the averages.
Going to need a treble 19. He looks at the scoreboard there. That was a tough ask to do to move so far left of the hockey.
56.
Dan Reid has been spectacular.
Dan, you require
He feels
10.
deserves this double 5. Doesn't deserve to be messing around with doubles here. He needs something to get his campaign really up and going.
Game
And
shot
I
on the
say
fourth
campaign
leg.
because it's the
Dan
likelihood
Reid.
is Group C. But if he can just go knowing that in the locker he's got 100 average there when he needs it.
Fifth leg, it stands to throw first. Game on.
Beautiful performance.
$140.
Today for these two was all about playing themselves into a little bit of form. We've seen from both today exactly
45.
that. As for Dan Reid, his average now ticks above the ton mark. Change of equipment has led to a change of fortunes for Dan the man.
58. $60.
Just big thanks to people contacting. Just Whittle. I talk about place in the Northeast. So Will Cowley. What a talent Lewis Gurney is. Great to hear from you, Will.
95.
Keep it going. There's a fantastic player from the MODUS Super Series. Both of you boys are cracking to listen to.
96.
Well, it's not about the guys in the comms box. Well, it is really, but it's about the players. There's only one Premier League champion, but I never talk about it.
Never.
Never talk about it.
92.
When he said cracking listen, was he listening yesterday?
I think it was, sorry, it's from Monday, that me and Scott Mitchell.
100.
Dan
Dan
Reid.
require 160.
Put the cherry on the cake. of what's been his best performance of the week. He's going to get a dart or a double. It's been a fantastic watch from Dan Reid. And
Game,
Dan
shots,
is the man.
and the match. Dan
what
Reid.
a performance. Steamrolled Lewis Gurney there. Magnanimous in defeat as always. Dan Reid, that was what we've been waiting for. A beautiful set of statistics there for Dan. Just shy of the 100 average. Fantastic on the checkout. The 116 to win it. The perfect performance from Dan. And next up, it's Martin Adams, who'll look to get his campaign back up and running against Gino Voss.
Welcome back. Martin Adams back on the stage here at the MODUS Super Series. He's about to take on Gino Voss. Adams still scrapping to try and get to the top of the table after being dented by that defeat to Lewis Gurney earlier on. Voss hoping to close the gap on Adams in third place. Let's get the action underway in the company of Glenn Durrant and Henry Deacon.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. So for Martin Adams, it feels like must-win territory now. That slip up against Lewis Gurney could well prove to be a fatal blow for the Wolf.
First leg, it's Gino to throw first. Game on.
The Wolf against the Fox. It feels like a Roald Dahl book. Is it time for Mr. Wolf to stand up and be counted, or can Mr.
70.
Fox be fantastic, Glenn?
Well, after them three darty from Martin,
11.
that's a worrying sign, isn't it? It's when you look at the way Jerome is playing, and yeah, Martin, why? sometimes the way the game sort of land on you as well. I mean, Martin hasn't played
60.
for a while. Obviously, they've got practice boards to get themselves ready. And like you say, it's now must-win territory for Martin Adams. And I'm just looking at all the permutations here towards a Martin Adams defeat.
40.
Not that I'm looking at it negatively.
$95. 60. 46.
Yeah, really slow start here from Martin.
$85.
First treble, followed by a 5 and Gino Voss. You pretty know what you're going to get from Gino. It's going to take a decent performance
85.
to beat him. He hasn't been spectacular, Gino Voss, but he has impressed just because of the circumstances. Just to be on 10 points at this stage.
$140.
He doesn't go missing for
Gino,
too
you require
long. But again, the
$145.
math side of it, that 140 there has left a non-finish. That just meant that Gino got 6 starts and
121.
put himself in a fantastic position with that set-up play.
He's himself on double 12 to take the opening leg. What Adams can do by way of reply is try and set up.
95. Gino, you require 24.
So Voss is back for double 12
Game shot on
to
the first
take
leg.
a 1-0
Gino
lead.
Voss.
Voss on the board, leading Martin Adams here by a leg to nil. And our 9th game of the day, the culmination of the third round
Second
of
leg, it's
fixtures.
Martin to throw
And round
first.
13
Game
of
on.
15 as far as this particular group is concerned. The winner of Group A from the end of round 15 will qualify for Saturday night's finals. The players placed in the 2nd and 3rd position will be in Group B on Thursday and Friday night, respectively.
140.
Whilst the players in 4th, 5th and 6th will move their way into Group C, which is a Thursday AM group, as well as Friday AM. And if Gino Voss wins
70.
this one, he'll only be a couple of points off of Martin Adams. And when you consider the levels of performances that we've seen, it'll be out the reckoning that Martin Adams, who was, well, one of the favourites to go on and win the group, could well be placed in Group C come Thursday and Friday AM.
90.
Yeah, we had something very similar last week, didn't we? With Robbie King, where he was topping Group A for a large proportion of the week. He was curtailed a little bit by an injury.
85.
But Robbie King, he played in the Southampton event last night and got to the final, which is a good sign to me because I wasn't sure which Robbie King we were going to get this week. And the fact he's back playing again, he's back playing really well. And
95.
by the sounds of things, had some really good games as well. So that brings Robbie King back into the equation in Group C.
Probably all the better for those
100.
couple of days off. Came Friday last week, so only had a couple of days to acclimatise to the jet lag and the time difference before playing in Group A. Then had to nurse that injury towards the back end of last week. So a couple of days just to rest up.
85.
Enjoy the sights of Portsmouth.
Yeah, incredibly, that injury was to the benefit of Patrick van den Bohada, wasn't it? Because Patrick was virtually in Group C. We didn't expect the fact that Robbie
58.
King only needed
Martin,
a
you
couple of legs
recline
against him to
91.
at least be in Group B. But at that point, could barely throw a dart. As Adams looks at 91. He's going to get 2 darts at tops. No
71.
panic with Gino on 188, but to the high standards of Martin Adams, he'd be frustrated today at these missed doubles. Hasn't been a great day on the outer ring. 4 from 13 in the first game before being demolished.
180.
With a 0 from 2. He didn't get
Martin,
many
you
attempts at a
required
double in his
20.
last game. You feel this is a must-hit already. It's not on the side of the board he prefers.
10.
His time running out.
Gino, you require
Wolfie.
8.
A growl from the wolf. Will it be a prowl for Mr. Fox?
Game shot on the second leg. Gino
And
Voss.
Foxy Loxy picks the pieces up.
I thought you said Foxy Loxy then for a second.
Third leg, it's Gino to throw first. Game on. $70.
It's always frustrating them fives with a clean treble 20 there. Not looking good for Wolfie at this stage, Henry.
No, it just looks like he's struggling a
41.
little bit. He played okay in that game against Lewis Gurney. Average 86.5 in that, but Lewis was just exceptional.
140.
And just managed to claw his way over the line against Danby. It wasn't a classic encounter, but he did enough to get the win.
I think after the end of the next two games, if Martin Adams loses this game, it's looking tough.
60.
Some extraordinary results would need to happen. Conor Heenahan against Dan Reid. Which Dan Reid's going to turn up? If Dan Reid beats Conor in that game, and then look at the game after that. Jerome Mioch then comes back into the competition against Martin Adams. I think by that game we're going to have a clear indication. I hope not. I'm quite enjoying the fact with all the permutations going on, but as a neutral, I would say
90.
But we also know that at any moment Martin Adams could spring something completely out of the fire, which is what makes it so interesting.
It's
54.
67-year-old now. It's a statement to make where I think the MODUS Super Series it's a tough one to win because of the relentless nature of it. You know, the playing the games, the 15 matches over 3 days.
95.
And
Gino,
last time
you
I was
require
here, Martin sort of
157.
did demonstrate some fatigue and Gino Voss is going nowhere. He
81.
leaves that finish. That player's light was 76. You'd expect him to get a dart or a double from there. And all Martin Adams can do is put some pressure on. Well, that's a good start. And it's getting better. And I think the one time I would have stayed on the treble 20,
123.
he moves.
Gino, you require 76.
Should get a dart at double here for 3-0 lead Gino Voss. So 16 gives himself one at tops.
56.
Tracks just underneath, and so Adams
Martin, you
back for
require
92 to
92.
get a break and to half the deficit to just a solitary leg. Goes bullseye first, which guarantees him a play back up in the middle of the diggle,
Game
which
shot on the
solves the
third
riddle
leg.
for Martin
Martin
Wolfie
Adams.
Adams. He's back in this match. 2-1 is the score, and Adams has the throw in leg number 4.
He's a poet, and he
Fourth
doesn't
leg, it's
even know
Martin
it.
to throw first. Game on.
Well, yeah, what a fantastic finish. And, you know, Henry sort of picked on that early in the leg there where Martin can just come alive at any time. I wasn't so sure. I just thought he was looking a little bit more tired. Oh, boy,
60.
if you need a catalyst, if you need that spark, then that bullseye surely was the moment. And a breaker throw.
40.
Here's the overhead angle of the darts entering the board. A real good angle of the trajectory of the dart as it enters
95.
airspace and into its intended targets.
Yeah, you talk about airspace, sort of joking aside, but, you know, the way a dart will land right at the last second as well as really important.
140.
You've got to give that dart a bit more height than you would anticipate. If you're seeing a real slow-mo of the throw, your hand actually overtakes the dart on point of release.
100. $60.
All getting a little tight now, which I think will suit Martin Adams more. He does like to be involved in a bit of a dogfight.
$100.
Just creeping into this competition, isn't he? Just without being spectacular, albeit that finish was a cracker.
91. Martin, you require
Martin Adams is one of those players you
146.
have to finish off. You have to hit the final double against because he's got this never quit attitude. He knows he's never done in a game until that final dart double goes in.
85. Gino, you require 170.
He's just sneaked up on Gino Voss here. Just
90.
slowly but
Martin,
surely
you
through the
require
rear view
61.
mirror. And Gino Voss may see him pass by if he finds the 61.
He's playing a role of fox in the box. Is Martin Adams right now. It's going to be double 16 for 2-2.
Game shot
It
on the
wasn't
fourth
looking like that
leg.
5 minutes
Martin
ago.
Adams.
2-0 down. He was struggling. Then superb bullseye and finish brought him back into the game. And just a classy
Fifth leg, it's
hold to
Gino
throw.
to throw first.
Once again, around about the 18 dart mark. He'll want to take 3 darts off that if he's going to progress. But I'm thinking Group B for Martin Adams. I'm thinking of a game that
140.
stands out there. Robert Thornton versus Martin Adams.
Inject it into the veins, as the kids would say these days.
36.
Robert Thornton, Martin Adams, the first ever World Seniors final back in 2022.
60.
Thornton running out a convincing victor in that particular affair. Mark McGeaney, former world finalist. I can't remember. Who did he lose to in that final?
I just remember it being the all-time greatest ever final. People mentioned Taylor
26.
and Barney and Painter and Taylor and all the other classics. But yeah, Mark McGeaney lost at Lakeside, going all the way down to the last dart. Wonder what happened to him.
44.
I don't know, but
He's probably sat in some commentary box somewhere with Henry Deacon.
didn't go so well for him then.
81.
$100 ahead plus these.
55.
Yeah, just a little shake of the head there from Gino. He's not entirely happy. Like I say, he's probably going back to that third leg where he could probably see visions of a very big win. But as Henry said, if you're going to beat this man, you've got to beat him off because he'll keep fighting.
44.
He's like that little terrier at the ankles. But Gino's still in total control here.
42.
Just showing them signs of distress with a shake of the head there. Martin Adams, one big score here.
$67.
Cover to the last
Gino, you
dart,
require
but it's Voss who's in
160.
full command of this leg. At least 6 from 160 to poke his nose back in front.
85.
So 75 remains. Adams needs a big score. A big score he may get.
But has the leg gone?
Wolf is still sniffing, you know.
180. Gino, you require 75.
The treble 17 will be his first dart because he's already thinking of the 2 single there, but it's 2 darter double 12. There's the reset. Doesn't take his eyes off that double 12. That was
Game shot on
immaculate.
the fifth leg. Gino Voss.
That was a fabulous way to check out in a difficult finish, 75. A very smooth treble 17, but it's what he did afterwards.
Sixth leg, it's Martin to throw
Just
first.
took a little step back.
Game on.
His composure was great, but if you just kept an eye on the eyes on that situation there, he remained totally focused, but never took his eyes off that double 12, despite the fact he was going through his preparation. It was a classic finish. I'm surprised we haven't
60.
used Dexy's midnight runners so far while Gino Voss is playing. We haven't used our analogy. Can you bring that into the winning end this time? There's your tester.
85.
Is that my tungsten teaser?
I would say you know Dexy's midnight runners are because you knew some good answers at the quiz on Monday, didn't you, with the 80s music?
140.
See, I know Cool and the Gang.
It's a pity you can't spell it. Well, Gino Voss certainly knows where the treble 20 Bedwick's gone. Just a little bit awry.
45.
Like I said, Martin Adams seems to have been involved in a lot of these games this week. And sometimes I think you feel when he goes to 3-3 that his experience will get you through. But Gino will be thinking he's got the darts in the
40.
last leg, but he's not out with this one now, he's thinking.
And we'll put Voss back in that Group B contention.
26.
Back in that melting pot. Has it been a classic game? We can't deny that. But wins are wins on Wednesday.
It's a classic 4-point match this one, isn't it? In fourth, third place, you feel that. Oh, that she wrote. If Martin Adams could win this one, I think we still see that top three then.
85. Martin, you require 121.
6 on 1-2-1 for Martin Adams. May only need the 3. He will go for the bull.
81.
No, he won't. He'll lay up for tops.
A little smile on Gino's face there. Give himself an outside chance. Martin hasn't been brilliant on the outer ring today. That will be his only hope.
Game shot on the 6th leg. Martin Adams.
But now it's hope over expectation as Gino Voss will have the dart in the last leg.
7th and final leg. It's Gino to throw first.
The biggest
Game
3
on.
darts of this match.
Martin Adams just has to try and claw something out here.
85.
Find his way back into the mix. Onto 16 points. And hope if things go his way. Well, he will kind of have it in his own hands because he's got to play Jerome Mioch after this. So if he can beat Gino,
85.
he would have the opportunity to go level on 18 points with Jerome Mioch. His legs difference is better than that of Conor Heenahan as well. That's
60.
also fairly important. His legs difference, if he wins this, would be plus 11 on 16. Conor Heenahan would be plus 6 on 16. Jerome Mioch could be plus 17, but would have 18 points to his
41.
name. And of course, it could effectively be over in a couple of games' time because if
45.
Gino Voss wins this leg and Dan Reed beats Conor Heenahan, a win for Jerome Mioch against Martin Adams would end everything.
Yeah, both players don't want to win this game. Both opened up with a treble 20 and an 85 score, but after that it's been incredibly disappointing. Gino Voss will feel he's got away with one here and any treble right now.
85.
Still no score of 100 or above in this leg of darts. This
26.
is a disappointing conclusion to this game for Martin Adams. Gino Voss has not been great in this leg. Yet he's still 80 plus these ahead. You feel one treble here.
59.
It just gives Adams some chance.
Feels like a Fergal Sharkey song. A good dart these days is hard to find in this deciding leg. That's Adams part in a max.
180.
Tell
Gino
Shergill
require
Farke
167.
he's wrong. Be a tough one to take for Gino Voss. But what a setup there is.
Martin, you require 124.
That 180 from Adams all of a sudden made him favourite. That setup place makes Voss favourite. Well, now it's all down to a bullseye.
Game,
what
shot,
a way
and the
to
match.
win it.
Martin
It was a
Adams.
real slugfest, that game, with the last 9 darts between them. A 180 from Martin Adams, an unbelievable setup by Gino Voss. And then that sensational finish, and the bullseye was as good as it gets. It was plumb in the middle. As we look at the tail of the tape, Martin Adams has put himself in a fantastic position now for the top 3, but we're none the wiser who's going to be top. Big game coming up next for Conor Heenahan, you feel. He plays Dan Reed next.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we have completed 9 of today's 15 games, meaning each of the players has just 2 left to play. Conor Heenahan in action next against Dan Reed, one of the players in contention at the top of the table, as is Martin Adams still. That after that brilliant bullseye finish for a 1-2-4 checkout in the last leg decider against Gino Voss. 3 or 4 in 6 starts. What a way to close it out from Adams and keep himself in contention. Now he's going to play Jerome Miok in his next game, the one that follows this. So if results go a certain way, we could go into the final 3 fixtures with 3 players all tied on 18 points at the top of the table. It is wide open between those 3. The first part of that equation is for Heenahan to get a win against Reed.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. So this is the business end of the business day in Group A. This is when you need to be at your best. This is when you need to shine and provide your best stuff. For Conor Heenahan, well, we've seen some decent stuff today. Beat Lewis Gurney 4-3, 8-5, 63 average. Then beat Gino Voss with that 97, 4 out of 7 when it came to the doubling. But was beaten last time out in that pivotal top of the table tussle by Jerome Miok by 4 legs to 1. And so now he finds himself on the back foot. It is he who's now relying on favours. But first things first, he's got to beat Dan Reed, who last time out was ultra impressive.
100.
An average of 98.5. 4 out of 9 on the finishing as he got the better of Lewis Gurney by 4 legs to 1.
Yeah, that win for Miok over Heenahan. He has got the advantage, and I keep looking at that last game where he's got Lewis Gurney last. But how important is the game in a couple of games' time? Right now, it's all about the now. Conor Heenahan, all he can do is get the 2 points to join Miok on 18 points. For Dan Reed, which Dan Reed are we going to get? Dan Reed with the black fights, black stems, averaging very poorly, or the guy who changes his flights to his traditional Union Jack and averages 100.
84. $41.
Yeah, a lot of wrist action on the release of Dan Reed, and I think that's where the consistency, when he gets that right.
138.
Heenahan, he's fighting. He's shown me a lot of qualities. He's shown me there's enough qualities in Conor Heenahan that he will be a professional player one day. I think he surprised many of us by not getting
Conor,
it this year.
40.
So tops after 12 for Heenahan to take a 1-0 lead. A 13-darter just to stamp his authority upon proceedings. He leads Dan Reed by a leg to 0.
to throw first.
Yeah, nice 13-darter to boot. Dan Reed has the dart in this one. And he's thinking,
30.
A fantastic dart I had against Lewis Gurney. Where have they gone?
$91.
A lot of the dart players are off down under. New Zealand and Australia coming up very soon as well, Henry. What a time to be a dart player.
95.
Imagine living the life of Nathan Aspinall this week, who no doubt will celebrate that World Match Play like he does. I've seen him have a couple of parties already, and then at the end of the week he travels 24 hours down to New Zealand and Australia for 3 weeks. Not bad.
It's an okay life if you can get it, isn't it?
180.
As Dan Reed powers in a max. A couple of our team here at the Super Series are heading over to Australia as well.
Who's that then, Henry? You haven't said his name for 15 minutes.
I mean, Binks has been telling me for weeks he's going over there, but less said the better.
90.
But it is a busy time within the world of darts. That's for sure as we head, well, all over the world. It's an international game as Reed goes for the double-double. Toil and trouble.
56. Conor, you require 95.
It's in that dark barra. I thought the treble 20 was in when he first went. Double 19 for Heenahan. He shakes his head, but I think he did everything
79.
right there, Henry. I think he was very aggressive
Daniel
on that double
Rickard,
90. He
40.
wasn't tentative. Dan Reid, who's been the better player in this leg. He's only going to get one more dart left.
30.
Wire.
Connor, you require 16.
For 2-0. Can he kiss it off the barrel?
Game shot on the second leg. Connor Heenahan.
Chef's kiss for Conor Heenahan. 2-0.
On the in-play table, as you
Third
can
leg,
see,
it's
there's
Connor
still
to throw
plenty to play
first.
for in relation to that penultimate column there. The legs won and lost. Still very much in the hands of Jerome Mioch, you
140.
feel. But just shows how tight it is. But we're beginning to see who's going to be in Group A. Who's going to qualify for Group A, B and C now.
140.
And I tell you what, Group B will be mighty fine. What are you looking forward to seeing in Group B and C?
180.
Well, you can't help but want to watch the Fawn in action, Robert Thornton. He could still go on these real enigmatic streaks.
60.
Exactly where Conor Heenahan's going right now. Dan Reid will be thinking, what happened? Where's that 100 average gone? Well, what I would say to you,
45.
that 100 average might not have been enough, albeit Conor's just taken 5 off his average just in one score there because he was averaging just shy of 111.
Have to finish after 9 again.
131. Connor, you require
He's left
136.
himself on the fish just in case. And he's going to get a go. You sense it may have to go.
60. Dan, you require
Shaking the head
170.
because the grouping was so poor there. That first dart was so far away from the target. But he'd be happy when he looks behind to see that first dart not going in the treble 20.
60. Connor, you require 76.
Remember, stay straight with the first. Give yourself an opportunity. That's exactly what he's done. And how many times do I say?
46.
One dart.
Dan,
at
you
tops.
require 110.
Key moments. Up for
Game
tops.
shot on the third leg.
And Dan Reid with a big checkout just to halt the charge of Conor Heenahan. The 110 for the break in
Fourth leg,
15.
it's Dan to throw
Back
first.
to 2-1
Game
it
on.
goes, and Conor Heenahan shakes his head disconsolately, knowing that he could have, perhaps should have been 3 legs clear.
Yeah, he's just sort of showing you the fingers there where he just probably held
97.
onto that dart just a little bit too long, and that forward motion seemed to go at the left into the. That's where it went into the double 5. But one thing
140.
he's good at is responding. He's fighting. He's shaking his head a little bit now, but this game looks indecent, Nick.
60.
It's fair to say today the big two, Mioch and Heenahan, have been
91.
the pair that really have stepped up.
But we've had flashes of brilliance from Dan Reid and flashes of brilliance from Lewis Gurney. I think the only Mr. Consistence being Gino Voss again, who
140.
will be disappointed with the state of play today. 3 defeats.
Do we give Gino Voss mitigating circumstances?
We could have
100.
said that on Monday. We could have said that on Tuesday. He proved us all wrong by being on 10 points overnight. Hasn't been his day so far. It was a big defeat to Jerome Mioch, but you've got to give credit to Jerome in that game.
44. Connor, you require 170.
Here we go for the big fish. And we'll stake
58.
a reputation that
Dan,
Dan
you
Reid
require
gets this 160 here.
160.
Told you.
Does his tips again. Going
60.
bye to bye.
Connor, you require 112.
So 112 for 3-1 for Conor Heenahan. 92 left, but can he work a way over that?
Well, another scenario. He could have gone treble 18, double 19. Very
64.
rarely used by players. when
Dan, you
cover that
require
treble 20 bird.
100.
Potential 2-darter. Now it's the decisions. You would feel it's tops from there. And it's not
40.
to be.
Connor, you
Heenahan's
require 48.
fantastic chance here to get the break back. He's going to get 2 darts, a double 16. Big dart in this match.
24.
Big dart in this group.
Daniel requires 60.
It's topped.
Game
It's
shot on the
2-2.
fourth leg.
It's clinical
Dan
from Dan
Reed.
Reed. He's 2 out of 6 on the finishing when he's been given these opportunities. By and large, he's been able to take them.
Fifth leg,
He's
it's
back in
Connor
the
to
game.
throw
He's
first.
back in the running at 2-2. And suddenly, Jerome Mioch and Martin Adams may be looking at this with a little bit more
60.
poise as they get set to duel in our next match.
A player who's been second best throughout is now beginning to take control of this game.
180.
It could and should have been 4-0. Missed out at a double by this man. And Dan Reed just mopped up
100.
the scraps. And now he's effectively taken the throw in this leg 5. And it's become favourite for the game.
It's a different match now.
100.
But if Heenahan can par in a max, then the game...
125.
And in particular, this leg could have seesawed again. And despite the 1-2-5 from Heenahan, it's still Reed who's stolen the darts in this leg. But not if he comes up dry.
44.
And so now we see the leg go back into Heenahan's favour. Oh, this is a push. This is a kick. They're 2 superb visits when his back was firmly against the wall.
It was the response I liked. It was a shock horror.
57.
Well, it's no shock horror for
Conor,
me
you
that he's hitting
require
180s.
36.
It's this area of the game which is costing him, and he won like this. Doubles
18.
have deserted him.
Dan, you require
when he needed them most.
120.
And Dan Reed is very good at mopping up the situation. He's going to get it out to tops. You just feel this is going to happen for double 10.
Game shot on the
Wowza.
fifth leg. Dan Reed.
Look at the response from Conor Heenahan. Shoulders dropped, head went down.
Sixth leg,
That
it's Dan to throw
inevitability that when
first.
Dan
Game on.
needs a double, he pings it.
Is that the break that has broken the back of Conor Heenahan? And Dan Reed now looks to press home the
140.
advantage with the darts for the match, for the win. It'll put him on to 12 points. Look, we know he's going to be playing his darts in
58.
groups here on Thursday and Friday respectively, but he wouldn't mind a couple of scalps to finish things off.
The way it's gone today, Henry, we've barely spoke about Martin Adams topping the group. Just
95.
because of the way Jerome came out the traps, the way Conor Heenahan had been playing. If Conor was to lose this game, which he's still fighting for,
100.
Martin Adams beats Jerome with a good win. Martin Adams then goes top.
Martin Adams' last game is against Conor Heenahan.
125.
Jerome Mioch finishes up against Lewis Gurney. If Heenahan is to lose here, which he looks like a heavy favourite to do exactly that.
135. Dan, you require
Jerome Mioch,
141.
Dan Reed has 6 darts from 141 to win the match.
Exactly what I'm doing. I'm already thinking of that next game.
85.
But fair play to Dan Reed. All you can do is, if your opponent's missing, is you hit. But this will suck the energy out of Conor Heenahan.
81.
Very, very difficult
Dan, you
for Conor to
require
come back from here.
56.
You don't expect Dan Reed to miss.
$16.
But he does.
Conor, you require
Conor Heenahan has been the
127.
better player in this game. He's had legs stolen against him. Can it be a case of roles reversal? It can't.
And so now, Dan Reed
45.
has 3 darts in his
Dan, you
hand
require 40.
to deal a severe
Game,
hand
shot, and the
against
match,
Conor
Dan
Heenahan.
Reed.
As Dan Reed runs out a 4-2 victor and the Irishman walks off stage, knowing that his chances have been dealt a huge blow. Dan Reed with an 88 average and 4 out of 10 on the doubles. 2 perfectly timed ton-plus checkouts kind of changed the course of the match. For Conor Heenahan, he missed key darts at doubles. 2 out of 10, a magnification of that. A 92 average, but that was in vain. Dan Reed is a 4-2 victor, and so we look at the top 2 go toe-to-toe now. Jerome Mioch on 18 points. He can put himself 4 points clear of Martin Adams, and he can get the job done if he can beat the Wolf after this.
Welcome back to rejoin us ahead of what is now the pivotal match of the day. Martin Adams and Jerome Mayock, the top two in the Group A table, about to do battle, and a victory for Jerome would put him beyond Adams' chances of qualifying. If the Dutchman wins this one, he wins the group, makes it through to finals night, but a win for Wolfie, and it is still very much game on in the fight between the pair. So without further ado, let's get the action underway. Talking you through it, it's Glenn Durrant and Henry Deacon.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chris, and that's exactly
First
the
leg,
carrot
it's
for
Martin to
Jerome
throw
Mayock.
first. Game on.
I'm not 100% certain he knows what the situation is or the importance of a win over Wolfie here, but I'm flipping the coin in a sense that if Martin Adams wins, especially 4-0 or 4-1, it really makes it so tight to call as we go into the final games.
80.
But this man has every opportunity. He's been superb, to be fair. He opened up the proceedings on Monday against Gino Voss. It was a
85.
really heavy defeat, and I wouldn't say I feared for him there, but I thought this reputation that he's come over, because I was sat next to a co-commentator in Scott Mitchell who had played him and had been beaten against 110 average to him, but he's impressed.
45.
And I think with Conor Heenahan, that defeat there against Dan Reid has put these two guys in real pole position now. Heavy favourite for the Dutchman. Will he be joining the list of
60.
Dutchmen who have qualified for finals week? Patrick van der Boharder last week was a man pure consistency. Mid-80 average for most of the week. Scraped through to Group B. Wasn't spectacular, but got through. But then come finals night, he just found a new level.
140.
And he'll be joining Jelle Klassen and Barry Van Peer. Many people will fancy him to do really well.
180.
One name missing for me. Andy Bartons. I would have liked to have seen him. I know it was that incredible week with that Luke Littler one. I thought it was the best Group A I've ever seen. I think it was one of the best Group Bs I've ever seen. It was just a phenomenal
60.
week.
I know it was a good week because my voice was pretty much gone by the end of it.
Glenn goes quiet. Praise.
100.
You can do this, God.
But yeah, Andy Barnes was literally only stopped by someone who averaged 117 in the final. Let that sink in.
Yeah, we've been off air. We've been chatting.
140. Jerome, you require
Get this leg
76.
out the way because this is finely poised here. it is now because he's not guaranteed a dart or a double. He is not. So options are treble 19 or treble 11 at that stage. And that's a bit of
10.
a mess, and he's done that
Martin,
before.
you require
I'll go
36.
back to a double 14 where he was spraying them all over. He got away with it that time.
Game shot on the first leg. Martin Adams
is just quietly but effectively and efficiently getting on with the job.
Second leg, it's your own to throw first.
His 180s are there. He's the biggest 180 hitter in 16 180s this week.
140.
Is Wolfie timing his run at the perfect time? Yeah, but just off air, me and Henry have been talking of the best moments of this series, the best moments ever in MODUS Super. But Luke, literally,
55.
he comes up in that conversation nearly every time, doesn't he? At 117 average. I watched it. I watched it from home. It was spectacular.
140.
The Bull 11 ball finish at Champions Night last time was very much up there in the offing in terms of great moments. But so far, this has been a good performance on Jerome Mioch. But Martin Adams is the man who's won there to the good. Quality encounter. Mioch averaging 102. But that is effectively a scoring average because he hasn't had a dart at double yet. But if he carries on in that kind of vein and that kind of vigour, he's going to carve open opportunities. And that's unlucky.
I think another moment I enjoyed was the Richard North when Luke Littler scored a single-digit number, at 9 or 6, and then a little fist pump there from Richard North.
55. Jerome required 141.
As many times he hit 9 darters last week. As Jerome looks at 141. Yeah, just a
57.
scruffy ending to the leg. That's a nervous look over to what Martin wants. And Martin, he is the biggest 180 hitter this week. He could have done with another one there.
So Mioch 84 to level proceedings up at 1 apiece.
60. Jerome
and he's going
84.
to get 6 to do exactly that. Doesn't have to think about the bullseye. And I think just for a second, the autopilot kicked in. But he finds his way to double 8, and that is great from Jerome Mioch. Levels up at 1 apiece, an 84 out, 15 darter. This game is coming up to the boil quite nicely.
Third leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
I did talk about the guy with the best checkout ratio could be the guy that goes through Group A. But every leg for Jerome Mioch right now is absolute gold dust because it could come down to that, especially if Martin Adams wins this game. Is he going to add to his tally of 180s?
123. 63.
Good recovery with the last start there, but Adams with the advantage with the throw after the first visit of the third leg.
Yeah, I'm getting some fantastic information from Ricardo, a guy I use for a lot of my practice routines myself. He's very prolific
100.
very enjoyable to read on the social medias. And he's saying the reason Jerome is so good on the 100 to 150 range is that they practice 120
45.
in 9 darts. And then it's 10 up if you get it and 1 down until they reach 300. And for rhythm, he plays bowls. 25 is 1 point, 50 is 2. And if you miss a full go, then you go back to 0. So that's
83.
the reasons that Jerome, when he gets them finishes, because he's practicing them relentlessly. So when it happens in a match,
77.
all the practice that you've been doing in preparation, it just feels normal when you get onto that rocky. And that's why players are practicing and having different ways, not just throwing at that target that Adams is looking at right at the moment in practice. If you ever have a practice session on the board
60.
and 80% of your darts are thrown at treble 20, then I think you've wasted your time.
Some top tips from the
59.
former Premier League champion.
Martin, you require 135.
Ryan Adams here, 6 starts from 135 to put himself 2-1 in front. He is going to go for it. And he almost got it. It was a case of nearly got, but didn't need. But it may be a case of needing now.
180. Martin, you require 25.
It's double 8 for Wolfie. Does like double 4.
21.
Honestly.
Jerome, you require 77.
For the break, and this could be the sliding doors moment in this match. He's going to give himself a go at tops.
37.
But it goes just above
Martin,
the
you
wire.
require
And so,
4.
do twos lose, Martin?
Game shot on the third leg.
Twos never lose.
Martin Adams.
And it's 2-1 to Martin Adams. And suddenly, things get a little bit interesting.
Fourth leg, it's Jerome to throw first.
That plus minus column there becoming increasingly
97.
important. Just keep an eye on that as we keep up the in-play table.
$100.
Just sort of preempting, but if Adams does win this game 4-1, cannot be separated.
68.
Martin Adams' final game, Conor Heenahan. A dejected, you feel, Conor Heenahan.
60.
Your old Meoch, Lewis Gurney. Put that word spoiler.
57.
Well, to a certain extent, we thought Lewis Gurney was going to be that when he beat Martin Adams by 4 legs to nil. At that particular point, we thought maybe that's Martin Adams potentially out of the equation. But his recovery has been nothing short of stratospheric.
99. Martin, you require
cannot be
161.
Experience in these moments. And he is drawing upon every single minute ounce of it in this scenario.
26.
Until then.
He only got it in the last leg. 135.
100.
We do know.
Martin, you require
We'll be going for it
135.
no matter what. Well, 119, only Wolfie would go back and treble 20 on the
93.
next dart, you feel.
Jerome, you
But
require
he's left
80.
the 2-darter. 80 for me is a real 50-50 shot because he's going to get a dart at double tops. It's a good marker there. He doesn't have to move again.
60.
Just dips low.
Martin, you
What
require
a turning
42.
point. This would be for a breaker throw. Martin Adams would be serving for a 4-1 win if he can get this. It's double 6. Was that
36.
his chance?
Jerome, you require 20.
The reaction of Jerome Meoch at the end of the last visit sensed, from his perspective, he thought this chance wasn't coming. But when opportunity knocks Jerome,
15.
he couldn't find the
Martin,
double.
you
He
require
couldn't
6.
find himself up for the task. And so, double 3 for Wolfie. For
Game shot on
3-1.
the fourth leg.
Is that a
Martin
huge
Adams.
turning point? Is that a pivotal sliding doors moment in this Group A? When Jerome Meoch could have had the destiny in his hands. He could have had effectively
Fifth leg, it's
possession
Martin to
of the
throw
match.
first. Game on.
And this is the table as things stand. Now, if Martin Adams can win 4-1, now the legs difference would be plus 14 Meoch, plus 14 Adams. Martin Adams would then go top of the table by virtue
23.
of legs 1.
But not the start that Martin Adams wanted.
140.
And exactly the start that Jerome Meoch wanted. You can't write this. This is absolute classic MODUS Super Series. You start to write your own endings, your own conclusions.
81.
Kiss off the barrel on the second dart there. Fortune is with Meoch so far in this leg.
57.
And importantly as well, if Adams can get the job done, He will play first in the final round of fixtures. He plays Kunihina. Now, if he can win that, then he piles it on Jerome Mioch against Lewis Gurney.
45.
Buts and maybes in the comms box here. But still in the hands of Jerome Mioch. He's effectively taken the dart. He's back in the treble 20 bed.
100.
And once again, he's a big favourite for this leg. This would be a breaker throw. Martin Adams scores of 23, 81 and 45 so far. Typical of Wolfie, though. That fighting quality.
100.
Just a ton.
And so chance now for Mioch to get the break back.
100.
Ton will do in this scenario unless Adams can come up big.
$70.
So,
Jerome, you require
6 darts
104.
for 3-2. And he's going to get a dart in this visit. He
Game
only
shot
needed
on
the
the fifth
3.
leg.
It's a ton
Jerome
topper for
Mioch.
Mioch to break. And we return to 3-2. We return to throw.
Sixth
And
leg. It's
Mioch
Jerome
now
to throw
has the
first.
darts to
Game
send
on.
us all the way to a last leg decider. And suddenly when we were talking about how Martin Adams can take control of the group, well, Jerome Mioch now,
137.
he's only a couple of legs away from getting the job done.
One thing we do know is Conor Heenahan will be in Group B now. So it's all about these two players.
81.
At 3-1, Martin Adams stepped on the hockey, and that score of 23. The pendulum changed in the way of the Dutchman
100.
with just those 3 darts. Just creeping into those 5, just a little bit too much right now. That's where he wants to be.
125.
He's a fighter.
You'll never give in, Martin Adams. That's one thing that we know for an absolute certain fact.
95. $85.
Well, Carl Hamilton, who's been with us all week watching while he's doing some work, he thinks it's guaranteed final on Saturday night. Thornton v Adams.
59.
That would be a blockbuster way to find out the final qualifier.
$45.
Jerome, you require
What's happening
110.
for Martin at the moment. It's 110 with 6 darts for Jerome. He's just beginning to turn the screw.
74.
Remember, Jerome Mioch only has to win this match to win Group A.
$95. Jerome, you require 36.
Well, 3-3.
Game
Mioch
shot on the
is
sixth
one leg
leg.
away for
Jerome
automatic
Mioch.
qualification. Martin
Seventh
has the
and final
darts,
leg. It's Martin
sportsmanship
to
as
throw
ever.
first. Game on.
That looks to me like a very relieved man.
Jerome Mioch will feel he shouldn't be in this scenario right now. But in fairness to him,
28.
he's carved it out for himself. And a slip in the first visit of this leg for Martin Adams has opened up the door of opportunity. It's not just a jar, it's been rammed
134.
open by Jerome Mioch.
$60.
2 drive visits for Martin Adams, and now Mioch is fully in charge,
140.
asserting himself. potentially now 6 darts away. On Saturday night, the big occasion, the big prize.
What happened
60.
to the game of Martin Adams? 3-1 up. We were beginning to see a real change. You can just see him there, just feeling his elbow. It's
97.
tough out there. I wouldn't like to, at 67-year-old, be playing that amount of games. And right now, Jerome Mayock, without being spectacular, is just doing a very professional job here.
100.
130
Jerome, you
points. He's
require
6 darts away,
130.
at least, from qualification. You should look at the centre of the board. But how many times has he messed about in
28.
that situation? And how many times in Martin Adams' career, when he's down and out, pulled out a real big score?
Never, ever write this man off.
140.
And so,
Jerome, you require
102
102.
for Mayock to send himself through into the finale, into Saturday night. He's now got to hope that Adams
62.
can't find the 113.
Martin, you require 113.
He had this game in the palm of his hands at 3-1. He then went missing. Is he going to get a dart? The double 18, no, he's not. It's now in the hands of the Dutchman, and this is for automatic qualification.
53.
Take it away,
Jerome, you
Henry
require
Deegan.
40.
Is this Mayock's moment? Double 10. Fives.
30.
But the chance has come and gone.
Martin,
He's
you
had
require
3
60.
championship points effectively.
To take the games to the final matches of Group A. Double 10.
Game, shots,
Never
and the match.
right off
Martin Adams.
He went through the ringer in that game. At 3-1 up, it was looking so good for him. Jerome Mayock had his opportunity. It's still in the hands of the Dutchman, but still very much all to play for Martin Adams. What a conclusion we have here at the MODUS Super Series. What a battle that was. But it's Martin Adams that takes the spoils. It went the distance. It wasn't pretty at times, but he got there in the end. As next up, it's Lewis Gurney against Gino Voss.
We are going the distance here at the Super Series in Group A. That after Martin Adams' victory against Jerome Mayock stopped the Dutchman sealing a spot at finals night at the end of that previous match. Missing darts to get there as well. Mayock Adams winning a last leg decider for the second successive game and tying things up going into the final set of fixtures. He'll play Conor Heenahan. Miok will take on Lewis Gurney, who is in action now in his penultimate match. He's up against Gino Voss.
Thank you very much, Chris. And so we go into the final game of round 14 of our fixtures. Gurney against Voss. But who's going to be the boss of
First
this
leg, it's Lewis to
particular
throw first.
encounter?
Game on.
And here's Lewis with the darts. And this is the, well, bookenders battle. No, it's not. It's the basement battle.
29.
Getting the vocabulary mixed up, Glenn.
Yeah, we were just talking before the game. We feel like this one could go the distance, but it'll be played at a nice pace. Both should be relaxed. There shouldn't be an awful lot of tension in the game. There's
140.
I guess the only thing they're playing for is just real momentum going into Group C. I think what I would remind both players is the fact that they will be playing each other tomorrow and Friday as well. And it's, you know, you want to just put one over on each other. So far, Gino Voss has got the better of Lewis Gurney the twice that they've played so far. So you feel for Lewis, who's shown flashes today.
40.
And that would be my big motivation, as I'm playing someone who's beaten me the past 2 days.
60.
As far as the odds compilers are concerned, Lewis Gurney off at 8 to 13 with the odds compilers.
60.
And Voss was 11 to 10.
I think that surprised us both.
44.
I would have had this as a 5 to 6 each of 2. I've got to be honest, because I cannot split them.
100.
Cannot split them.
Like I say, if they were playing for a Group B place, if they were playing for top spot, you'd understand that. But you're getting 2 lads who are, I say, just play their own game now.
135. Lewis should require 137. 41. Gino, you require 73.
Gino, look at treble 19. There's no point looking at treble 13 in this situation, because at least now he's guaranteed a dart or a double.
Game shot on the
That's all
first
he
leg.
needs.
Gino Voss.
We've been talking about
Second leg, it's
changes
Gino
of
to throw first.
stem
Game
and
on.
flight set up for Dan Reed. And this time, Gino Voss is trying a new dart.
55.
And that looks like a one long point, which is telling me he's using Jerome Miok's darts. And I don't know if that was the intention at the beginning.
100.
I think that was the intention. I think he had a spare set and that was what he was going to use. But he used our referees from the past couple of days, Justin Bradshaw's darts.
60.
Well, that's telling me there that he's using the setup of top of the table, Jerome Miok.
60.
At least Justin gets to have his darts back.
And Jane will be
68.
working out what's the best if things don't go right. And he still doesn't get his suitcase sort of overnight, because he's got a big day for him tomorrow. You know,
60.
I guess he could use this week, you know, to really work on what dart he's going to be using. But that big 12 there doesn't help, because the thing with a long pointer, you Henry,
52.
it has a big way that the dart flies in the air as well. And he'd be able to sort of assess there. But that big 12
41.
will have been a concern. Are you okay there? You're sliding down your chair. I was worried I was going to miss you there. I don't think he likes the way these are flying, Henry.
Well, it's a completely different setup, and
69.
particularly the point. And we'll talk about how Gino would have to adjust to any kind of new set, and I suppose he's having to go back through that
85.
particular process again. Well, we've all been in that situation, haven't we, where we've seen our, you know, the other player go up and play against it. Hey, mate, do you
59.
mind
Lewis
borrow
should
your set
require
of darts?
155.
I will say they are a spare set
44.
of Giros, because
Gino,
there's
you
one thing I
require
didn't like was anybody
138.
touching my darts. If anyone ever said to me, can I throw 3 darts, I would actually say no. Just double checking the score in that.
86.
That leaves a 2
Lewis
darter.
Uruguay, 111.
Again, he's gone a little bit quiet. Well, this would be nice. Double 16.
79. Gino Uruguay, 52.
21 darts into this low. It's not what we anticipated this game. We thought it was going to be better than this,
Game
but the
shot on the
quality of the
second
finishing
leg.
continues
Gino
to
Voss.
impress. Day 1 in Group A, it was a tale of missed opportunities for a lot of the players.
Third leg, it's
Double
Lewis
in
to
the
throw
outer ring.
first. Game
On
on.
this Wednesday, they've been very, very good. How about he uses the old darts for the
60.
scoring and these darts for the finishing? I said that's Peter Wright's next thing. And I think he'll have a bit like the pool players who have a break cue.
180.
I think he'll have a set of darts for his scoring and one for his finishing.
Although the scoring was all right in that visit. Max
60.
to kick off leg 3. But Gino will not treat us to a Vino 9 dart
100.
Legarino.
$180.
Well, there would have been an irony the first game Gino
81.
Voss played without the Justin Bradshaw dart, so there would have been a 9 darter. Been the only 9 darter hit with that set.
100. Gino Uruguay, 140.
To put himself in a fantastic position. All you're thinking is steady ton. Even despite the fact he's
45.
winning this
Lewis
game 2-0
Uruguay,
and
101.
possibility of 3, and I think the balance of the other darts were better.
Game shot
That's
on
the
the
way to
third
do
leg.
it. That wasn't a
Lewis
perfect first
Gurney.
dart. It certainly was the perfect second and third.
Fourth leg, it's Gino to throw first. Game on.
So Voss still 2 onto the good. Effectively taken the darts in this game.
64.
We will see this pair in Group C. Just a reminder then, how Group C is going to pan out and play out.
140.
Because we're going to watch in Group C. We can confirm this now. Dan Reed, Gino Voss, Lewis Gurney, Robbie King, Charlie Large, Reece Colley.
85.
I've got to say, I really like the look of Robbie King in that group tomorrow and Friday. I think the second spot could be
100.
absolutely anybody's.
If we get the Robbie King of week 11, Monday to Tuesday, then Robbie King will be all over that group. But I don't know. I think it's a tough one.
38.
Maybe look into that, because I think one of these two can spring into life. Dan Reed surely can't play as bad as he did in Group A for his standards.
130.
It might be just a case, Henry, of whoever gets that first win under the belt, because when you're in a group, when you're seeing yourself at the bottom of the table or the bottom half of the table,
140. Lewis
it must
Uruguay,
be difficult to
131.
motivate yourself up there. So if either of them can get them, if one of the 3 players from Group A can get a win early doors, we might really see the best of them.
87.
I watched Reece Colley. It would have been my big favourite, but I didn't think he played fantastic for England recently. I don't
82.
know if his form's
Lewis
improved
Uruguay,
since then.
44.
And Robbie King, what we're going to get is Lewis Gurney looks at double 16. 2-2.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
We felt
Lewis
it was going to
Gurney.
go the full distance. It's been played in a fantastic pace. Just 8 minutes gone for 4 legs. Gino Voss has got the better
Fifth
of
leg,
Lewis
it's Lewis
Gurney
to
the past
throw
couple of days.
first.
They will
Game
be
on.
playing each other tomorrow and Friday. And I think for them, that's the motivation right now.
Head-to-head
121.
records count for a lot of the Super Series. We said it about Miok and Heenahan. Miok getting those 3 wins against Conor
100.
Heenahan and giving himself that massive advantage against him. It can still count psychologically on Thursday and Friday.
60.
But it only counts, I think, if you let it count. Because you've got 3 players tomorrow. Robbie King, Charlie Large, Reece Colley. They have not played a game of darts this week at the Super Series. They're coming in 0-0-0 without
100.
anything before it. Effectively, I think if you're a player who drops into one of these groups, You've got to forget that Group
100.
A happened, and you have to treat it like a standalone, completely brand new tournament.
Yeah, I wouldn't argue with you because, like I said, you've seen every scenario going in there. But I would be looking. I was one for self-reflecting. I'd be
80.
looking at what the positives are from Group A. And for Lewis, I think he's been much, much better today. Not necessarily the darts, the performance,
50.
but just him himself. I see a bit of belief. I see a younger room as well in that Group C. And I think, maybe Lewis, I don't know, his relationship with Charlie or Reese, etc.
60.
Well, that can help
Lewis
as well.
required
When you're in that room for
170.
like the 5-hour period, it hasn't looked really happy all week.
105. Gino, you require
But for
161.
value, Lewis has a good chance. Look, Gino Voss, what happens overnight if he gets his main equipment?
Should say that I
74.
got an update off of Gino
Lewis
yesterday, and there
requires
was no
65.
sign of progress in getting that back. Hopefully better news for him over the next couple of days as Gurney
Game
gets
shot
the
on the
double
fifth
18
leg.
for the
Lewis
65
Gurney.
finish to put himself 3-2 to the good, and a leg away now from putting himself onto double
Sixth
figures.
leg. It's Gino to throw first.
Is it me or has it gone really quick today?
Been a good day, Glenn, hasn't it?
91.
I'd say that the ups and downs we expected, it all could be over and done after the next game. Martin Adams up against Conor Heenahan.
100.
Time flies when you're having fun, Glenn.
I mean, you mentioned Group C there. We're getting close to announcing what Group B will be, and I think that's one of the ones which I'm really looking forward to.
180.
Well, we can confirm that Robbie King, Charlie Large, sorry, that's Group C. Group B, Robert Thornton, Mark McGinney, Brett Clayton.
59.
We know they are definitely there. Now, you can drop one out of the equation of Jerome Milk, Martin Adams, Conor Heenahan. Whoever you drop out, you're still not going to dilute any quality because that is
40.
going to be a Group B for the ages.
Well, we can definitely confirm Conor Heenahan's in that group. It is about Mayock and Adams now.
100.
You want to be in Group B, but even 3 from 5 from that list of
85.
names. We're going to take someone to play very, very well to get through that. This looks like it's going the distance. Or is it?
180.
That makes
Gino
this leg
require
very
105.
interesting.
It has put the proverbial cat amongst the pigeons because
81.
Gurney now should get a dart
Lewis
for the
requires
match.
62.
Voss has left himself on double 12, but Lewis Gurney is going to get one more at double 16 to complete a
46.
4-2 victory. 2-match darts have come
Gino,
and
you
gone,
require
Glenn.
24.
Yes, it was labelled as a bottom of the table clash, but it hasn't felt like that. And this is where the different darts, the different setup, you can't
12.
just pick, we can all pick up a set of darts. But when you
Lewis
need it
requires
most,
16.
you're looking for your trusted dart. But
Game,
that was trusted
shot,
for Lewis
and the
Gurney.
match,
Once again,
Lewis
he continues
Gurney.
to impress today. And that's a fantastic win. His first win over Gino Voss. They will be playing each other again tomorrow and Friday, so maybe that was on Lewis's agenda there, but that was a good performance. A 101 finish being the highlight. Job done for Lewis Gurney. Big game coming up next. Stay with it. It's Martin Adams against Conor Heenahan.
Here we go then, 3 fixtures left to play here at the MODUS Super Series in Group A. Martin Adams in the first of them, taking on Conor Heenahan, and then Jerome Mayock in the last match taking on Lewis Gurney. They are the 2 crucial ones. However, if Heenahan can get the better of Adams here, then Mayock will win the group with that game to spare. Though a win for Adams, and as you can see, he will move on to 20 points, and it will go down to that decisive final game of the day. 3 to go, and without further ado, we will get the climax to this thrilling group underway.
Thank you so much, Chris. Yeah, absolutely. These are the moments we've sort of been waiting for when they first throw their dart on Monday morning. We had a feeling it would go to the last set of darts. A tough one for Martin Adams in a sense. He's up against Conor Heenahan, who's a really exceptional player. Conor Heenahan was a big favourite with the bookies this morning.
First leg, it's Martin to throw
first. My choice to top
Game
group
on.
A. I guess it was the last person he really needs, but Conor will be out. Conor will be disappointed. Are we going to see the best Conor Heenahan, or can Martin Adams do a job? And I think that Jerome Mayock will be a big favourite against Lewis Gurney, despite the fact that Lewis is on the back of a good win there.
100.
So we both feel in the comms box, not only a win for Martin Adams here, but a big one as well.
Quite possibly. But Conor Heenahan is not the
85.
sort of player you want to be playing in a win-to-stay-in match. It is as simple as that.
But if he'd have offered this to Martin Adams on Monday morning, I have a funny feeling he'd take that, and will he come right to the fort? Well, with darts like that, he certainly will.
180.
That's his 18th 180 in Group A. He is the biggest 180 hitter this week.
97.
And that'll be a good statistic for him. Just the little bit of inconsistencies, those trickles into 5s and 1s, as shown there. That's the only thing he'll want to try and get rid of, and I think he'll add can do better on the doubles as well.
28.
So I think that's typical Adams there, the 180 start and the frustration of those straight darts. But he's in control of this leg. He still has the darts, despite the fact of that 140 there from Heenahan. It's 6 darts and 193.
Couple of trebles here needed for Adams.
55.
Does it mean anything to Adams? Well, you see the disappointment after that final dart. Of course it does.
32.
He loves
Martin,
playing
you
darts.
require
He likes winning games of
138.
darts. 138 for Adams to take the opening leg. Treble 18, or will he stay there? It's for double 12.
Game
That
shot
is
on the first
absolutely
leg.
magnificent
Martin
for
Adams.
Martin Adams. A 138 to kickstart a crucial game for the
Second leg,
three-time
it's Conor to
champion
throw
of the
first.
world.
Game on.
That has lit up the blue touch paper.
You enjoyed that, didn't you? The Della.
135.
I said he wanted to improve his dart on the outer ring. There's no better way than that feeling of that 1-3. It's a tricky one, 138, for many reasons. It's right across the board. All in the
25.
top part of it. But there again, that inconsistency, Henry. 25 followed up by
45.
But realistically, that 45 has meant that another big scoring visit from Adams means that every equation comes back level against the darts.
$70.
He recovers with the last one, but it's full advantage to Heenahan after a couple of visits on his darts in leg 2.
100.
Well, we know that Conor Heenahan is going to be in Group B tomorrow night. Which means tomorrow night you need to tune in from 10 o'clock because you will bear witness to a 9-dart leg, because every single time that Conor Heenahan has played in Group B
67.
at the MODUS Super Series on the Thursday night, he has nailed the 9. See
65.
what Paul Nicholson's doing tomorrow night, because he also seems to be the other part of that trick.
You trying to get rid of me?
I mean, they're trying to get rid of me.
55. Connor, you require 156.
Well, we've seen a 138. Arguably, this one's a little bit easier. But that treble 20 at the last Damies is a big, big favourite for this leg of dart, and every leg counts, you feel, for Martin Adams at the moment. Every time a winning dart goes in for Conor Heenahan, you can sort of sense the relief coming from Jerome Mioch.
180. Connor, you require 56.
Of the week. 2 darts at tops. He was never in this leg,
Game
Martin
shot on the
Adams, and
second
still
leg.
isn't.
Conor
I thought there
Heenahan.
was still some interest there from Martin Adams after that 180. But Conor Heenahan, very professional and once again very clinical on that double
Third leg,
top.
it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
One apiece. Heenahan back level. As I say, it's not just victory for Martin Adams that's important, you feel. It's also going to be the margin of victory, because a victory by 4 legs to 3 would put
95.
Adams on plus 13 in terms of legs difference. And so, effectively, he would need a big win
140.
for Lewis Gurney. He would need a 4-0 or 4-1 to Lewis Gurney against Jerome Mioch in that final.
135. $85.
Adams, normally you would look at treble 19 on 271, but it's not the way he works. And quite simply, Martin Adams can win this game, because I have a feeling that Lewis Gurney, we use that word as a bit of a spoiler.
30.
I don't think Martin Adams really cares whether he wins 4-3 or 4-2, because Lewis Gurney could still play a big part in this game, especially the fact he's feeling quite chipper about himself at the moment.
95.
And really, you can't overlook Conor Heenahan. And I think if you offered Martin Adams a 4-3 victory at the beginning of this, he'd have taken that, because it's a tough nut to crack. And then it would be over to Jerome, who, when he's seen the winning
55.
line, has disappointed. So there's still plenty to play for in that last game.
41.
Not really made too much of a dent there, and so the door again open for Adams, who on throw, it's felt like a leg against the dart, such has been the scoring power of Conor Heenahan.
Is it me, Henry? As every time he needs a setup,
170.
I'm in the setups and
Connor, you
setups.
require 140.
That was beautiful.
The setup of dreams, and it's not going to be the finishing of dreams for Conor Heenahan, and so Adams is going to have
100.
3 in hand at double
Martin, you
8 to go
require
2-1 to
16.
the good.
He's so good normally in this area
Game
of the
shot on
board.
the third leg.
And when you need it
Martin
most,
Adams.
he just double checks there, but that'll be a huge sigh of relief. It's going with throw at the moment.
Fourth leg, it's
You've
Connor
got
to
be
throw
impressed with
first.
Martin. And whatever happens in this group here, it's been a phenomenal campaign from him, hasn't it?
It has, and
96.
you sense that if he has to drop into a second group in the week, Group B is more favourable, okay? The 3 from 5, yes. But also the evening time, the less games, less reps needed to
29.
be exerted from the body and the system.
Yeah, good call. Good shout. Yeah, I think from going from Group A to Group C is
100.
dare I say, it's a young man's game. 30 matches over 5 days. That's tough on the body for these seniors.
41.
Scores are 29 and 41 against the dart. Once again, he's just not pressuring Conor Heenahan's throw. And you can see him behind there.
85.
That elbow, he's feeling it. That repetition on the arm. You would think it's not an awful lot. If you put 40 years
100.
worth of darts doing that every single night.
$140.
Tom Forley to leave himself on 80 after 12 to level this game up at 2 apiece.
$100. Connor, you
This time
require
the setup
80.
leaves himself dry, and so 6 from here.
You have to fancy him from here because the doubling from both players has been great. This is a tough one. If I was going to miss, I'd miss big here.
40.
Exactly what he does. He'll be back. It's usually at this stage, Martin Adams throws his best 3 darts.
Watch this go 180.
140. 85.
85. Connor, you require 40.
For 2-2.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
It's tight.
Connor Heenahan.
It's full of tension. But once again, it's fantastic match play from 2 great players. Both probably had
5th leg, it's
hopes
Martin to throw
and
first.
expectations of topping this group
Game
at the
on.
beginning of Monday morning. For that man in your picture, that campaign is over. We will see him in Group B tomorrow night. For Martin Adams, he is still fighting.
Levels you Devils at 2-2.
60.
Just dropping low there. Conor Heenan, can he be all over this? Not
44.
punished.
And so the door is open again for Martin Adams. But there's been a lateral drift into that single 5 a fair few times in this game.
45. $140. $58.
He's going quiet again, isn't he? Just when he needed it most. For the first time, Conor Heenan is just turning the screw.
140.
He looks at the score for more than a couple of seconds, and I'm sure he was thinking 180 would leave 158.
85. $93.
What a last start. For Martin Adams, he needs one of his classics, and he needs it now.
The timing.
140.
The timing is unlike
Connor, you
anything
require
else.
84.
But is it going to be in vain? He's going to get a dart. A double 11. Heaven
Game
for
shot on the
Heenan.
5th leg.
And that
Conor
is an oh so
Heenan.
crucial break. That could be the king-making break for Jerome Mioch.
6th leg, it's Connor to throw first.
Don't write the script just yet.
80.
I've seen Adams in this position many times before. No lateral drift, he'd be thinking. Stay straight. Because when I stay straight, I score
140.
like that.
$60.
It's been a performance for Martin Adams where he could have just done with a little bit of smoothing around the edges.
Yeah, it's been steady, if not spectacular, for Conor Heenan.
85.
I had a feeling he would average round about that in this game. It's whether or not Martin could find a game where he could get his average in the 90s, sort his doubles out, but then
55.
darts that are just straying into the 5s and 1s, which could be the conclusion. But he's effectively taken the darts in this leg, and he will have throw in the last. He has to go downstairs from there, surely.
60.
And the difference that you have is Connor will use board management better by using the treble 19 bed.
121.
It was the right play. The first start just scuppered everything.
$123.
Timing, Henry.
He's been perfect in that particular department, but in the last leg, Keenahan timed his run to perfection.
125.
huge
Martin, you
visit.
require 93.
Forcing Adams to take this out. Will probably go for the bullseye first, and he did exactly that.
It was 77 left.
41.
This 60 finish would put
Connor,
pay
you requires 60.
to the challenge of Martin Adams in this group here. 2 darts at tops. And that double 10 from Connor Heenan effectively puts Jerome Mioch into Saturday night's final. It was a great contest. Experience versus youth. It was a great game. Just a little bit of lateral change there from Martin Adams. That 138 was absolutely sumptuous. It was beautiful. It was good on the outer ring, what he wanted. He just got the wrong player at the wrong time. And Connor Heenan's win over Martin Adams means that Jerome Mioch will be the Group A winner, and he will be the first player into Saturday night's final. It's the penultimate game of Group A. It's Gino Voss against Dan Reed.
Welcome back. Confirmation then that Jerome Mioch is the winner of Group A. That after Martin Adams was beaten by Connor Heenan, that pair will be going into Group B. Mioch can't lose that spot, whatever margin of defeat, if he is defeated by Lewis Gurney in the last match. Gurney, Reed and Voss heading for Group C. And Reed and Gino Voss about to do battle now in the penultimate match of today's session. And it will be commentated on by Henry Deacon and Glenn Durrant.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chris. There, that last game for Martin Adams just maybe run out of steam at the end, but fair play to Martin. We'll see him back in Group B, and it does give us the opportunity of Robert Thornton versus Martin Adams tomorrow. Already, I'm looking forward to that game. For Connor Heenan, I still think he's got plenty to say in week 12. He has the eyes on being here next week as well, and I think he'd be fairly happy with the way things have gone. He knows he could have won the group, but if, buts and maybes. And for these two guys, very similar for the last game for Gino Voss when he played Lewis Gurney. They will be playing each other over the next 2 days. And you just want to remind each other that you are the man.
Yep, all about playing yourself now into form. These two will play against each other, as it's rightly been mentioned in Group C. So don't give yourself the disadvantage in terms of the head-to-head stakes going into it. Now, Dan Reed can also win some psychological points as well. Win this game, you move on to 14 points. You're guaranteed to be the best of that
46.
bunch of 3. Small wins.
But the person finishing bottom could be 100. On 12 points. That must be one of the highest scores for a player finishing in 6th position.
But we've seen players finish bottom of Group A and go on to win the week.
82.
Kieran Tierney had just 6 points to his name and then won the first week here. Or the first night, shall I say, here in Portsmouth.
77.
Doesn't exactly matter how you get to the end destination, as long as you do.
Well, I think that was proven last week.
100.
I mean, was Patrick Van den Boe harder on your lips to win it last Saturday, even up until the semi-finals? He wasn't on mine. I thought he did himself real justice, but that semi-final display he had against Wesley Plazzy,
134. Gino, you require 170.
It was classic MODUS Super Series. Again, I'm not so sure about these darts. I prefer the other ones flying in the air.
125. Dan, you require 32.
Dan Reed, just flashes of brilliance in this group here. And darts like that as well. He likes his double 10. And that's the reason why.
First leg.
1-0 to Reed.
Dan Reed.
Break a throw for Dan the man from Berkshire in this first leg.
Second leg, it's Dan to throw first. Game on.
He'll head back tonight.
100.
It'll be about the regrouping tomorrow.
How far away is Berkshire? My geography of anything
59.
south of Leeds is pretty but poor.
I'd say around about, if you have a good run, maybe. I'd say you could probably get him
60.
in an hour and a half. I'd say probably give or take a lot of factors.
Yeah, it's a decision to make then, because an hour and a half means he's got to
140.
set up very early on the morning as well with traffic and wherever, so he potentially is possibly just staying local here.
60.
Although, if I was driving, it'd probably be more 2.5.
I was thinking 3. Well, you've got a posh new car now, so you never know.
56.
One big score here from Dan. And just a simple score like this.
140.
It only has effects on this leg of darts, but when you're leading 2-0 in a best of 7, which have been demonstrated today, some of the really early games are real one-sided
49.
affairs.
Dan, you require
Just feels whoever
141.
gets out the trap the best in this group here has gone on to win it. There's been 1 or 2 moments. Look at treble 10.
93.
Yeah, reason being there is he loves that double 10 rather than the 16, so
45.
You would expect
Dan, you
him to
require
hit the big
48.
He went straight for the middle. He found the 8.
on
He
the
finds the
second
tots. He
leg.
leads
Dan
2-0.
Reed.
And this is a solid performance here from Dan Reed. 2 legs to the good against Gino Voss. An average just under 86.
Third leg, it's
2 out
Gino
of 3
to
on the
throw
doubles.
first.
This is steady stuff from Dan the man.
he'll want more than steady stuff in Group C, though. I think Dan Reed could be a...
130.
You could have a case for him really kicking in now. It hasn't been the best 3 days, but so many of these young players play themselves into form. And like I said, his experience of playing in the MODUS Super Series, so I think that will help.
180.
And maximum scores like that will also help. He's beginning to dominate here. And
45.
for Gino Voss, been the day from hell, really, hasn't it? Played 5, lost 5. It could be looking at.
From hell
140.
to almost starting heaven.
See what I tried to do there. Tried to take it away from the 9. See if that worked.
100.
This has been excellent from Dan Reed. We've seen much better stuff. 98.5 average against Lewis Gurney. And that was after a slow start, it has to be said.
100.
Just one of his first 8 legs that he played today. But followed that with a 98 and 88 and now a 97. The latter end of the day has seen Dan Reed play his best stuff.
56. Dan, you require 81.
That would have been for an 11 darter. This is for a 12.
56. Gino, you require 170.
Well, he's done nothing in this match.
100. Dan, you require 25.
For 3-0. To his trusted double 10.
15. Gino, you require 70.
In fact, if Reed wins this, the only defeats he would have suffered today were to the top 2 in the group. As Voss looks for tops,
30.
doesn't go. And so this is
Dan, you
for
require
3-0.
10.
This is for the double break. And this is to really assert his authority upon this
Game
match.
shot on the third leg.
The double breaker
Dan
crew for
Reed.
Dan Reed. He leads by 3 legs to 0. And now has the darts to get this 1 to zip.
Fourth leg, it's Dan to throw
Super quick
first.
time again. It's taking them 2 minutes per leg. There's a nice pace to it. A nice feel. Which for Gino Voss, he'll have to go
60.
away and come up with a new plan of attack for tomorrow. And I think, first of all, that will start with, hopefully, getting his trusted tungsten.
44. 180.
Second of the match. He's finding the outer ring. He's averaging over 90, just shy of
100.
92. This is a solid professional performance from Dan Reed. And I think he goes on with a spring in his step with a 4-0 victory here.
He could be really happy with the second half of his
100.
day. The equipment change has been the big change in Dan Reed. He's gone back to what he knows and what he trusts, and it has worked to some effect.
85. Dan,
That's
you
for Gino
require
Voss.
161.
He pretty much knows the writing's on the wall now. Now, Dan, why don't you treat us? I think he would have gone for the ball as well, you know.
97.
I totally agree with the change. I think it's a very dark room there, and that black flight I don't think was doing him any favours.
64.
But
Dan,
this
you
is for the
require
match,
64.
and this is for a whitewash win. Tops for the match.
Game,
4-0 to
shots,
Reed.
and
It's
the
as
match,
simple as
Dan
that.
Reed.
For Gino Voss, that was a very tough day at the office. For Dan Reed, the extra bounce in his step. He can come back into Group C tomorrow with a real conscious effort. He knows he's got the pedigree, he knows he's got the class. Dan Reed will be back. Tough one for Voss, but we'll see him again in Group C tomorrow. And it's the final match of Group A. Top of the table, Jerome Mayock against Lewis Gurney.
Welcome back. Just one game left to play then here at the Super Series in Group A, and it features a man who has already sealed victory in the group. That is Jeroen Mioch, the Dutchman, through to finals night after pipping Martin Adams at the post after that previous defeat for Adams against Conor Heenahan, who will all join Wolfie in Group B. But it is Mioch on the hockey, and he takes on Lewis Gurney. Talking you through the final match of the day, it's back to Henry and Glenn.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. Final game of the
First
day, and it is
Jeroen
a
to throw first.
victory lap
Game on.
for Jeroen Mioch. He has been the perennial player when it's come to Group A. He made the kicks when he needed to, put in the big performances when they mattered.
131.
And he has made his march towards Saturday night.
100.
I've enjoyed watching both players here. I think Jeroen will be happy. I like that term, the victory lap. I think it's a good way. He deserves it. Looks like he's
60.
still focused that he wants to win this game. But I really enjoyed this lad today. And I think he's given himself a real foundation for
85.
his campaign in Group C. And I think he'll also say to himself that there's plenty in the locker. And never mind looking down now. I think I can get in that 2 from 6 scenario in Group C.
60.
Welcome addition to Saturday night, though, Jeroen Mioch.
He's good, he's quick, explosive scoring is everything that a crowd would like to see. Now, talking about crowds...
41.
See the little segue there? You can join us on a Saturday night. You can join us next Saturday for the Big Occasion Champions Week if you so like that. See the QR code
60.
you need to scan. Take you to dartshop.tv.
Jeroen Mioch could be
59.
the 4th Dutchman in the final next week. Like I said, I'd love to hear from them. 11 players who've qualified. How's preparation going? Are you watching while you're practicing? I used to do that when Lakeside was on in the very early 2010-11. So when Lakeside was on, I was playing them, but obviously I was in my own dark room.
100. Jeroen, you require 56. Game shot on
Rapid.
the first leg. Jeroen Mioch.
90 seconds, that leg.
Second leg, it's Lewis to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, the 1-1 in the head-to-head so far. So Lewis Gurney does know how to beat the top of the table man.
100.
And like I said, it's one of them games, Henry, where I think they'll both enjoy the pace.
Both can
100.
also, as I say, play with that little bit of freedom. Freedom to go and do things like that.
180.
First max of the game.
$44. $60.
Interesting. If Bobby King wins this week, there will be 3 different continents represented at Champions Week.
43. Lewis should require
He's here for a
161.
fortnight, but I think he's got an open ticket to go back. He'd be hoping to use that, that's for sure. Like I said, it was nice to hear him play well
105.
in the competition yesterday. I want to see the best of Robbie again. I promise I won't tip him this time, Robbie, if you're watching.
140.
2 darter for
Lewis should
Gurney.
require 56.
2 darter for 1-1. It'll be a 3 darter now.
Game shot on the second
all he
leg.
needs.
Lewis Gurney.
Super quick time. Lovely to watch on the eye. It's 1-1. Nothing to separate.
Third leg, it's Jeroen to throw first. Game on.
Jeroen has the darts.
$60. 100.
Both players very dynamic. Both players very energetic. And just what you need to be a success here at the MODUS Super Series.
96.
There is a time and a place of composure as well. And they've got all the
96.
perfect attributes to be a great dart player. Both very young in the game. Both learning. Both succeeding.
100.
Lewis Gurney getting here courtesy of his ADC exploits, winning one of the Open Series events early on in 2023. It's actually the first Open Series event
97.
in 2023 over in Manchester. And so Jerome Milk, proudly a representative of ADC
100.
Europe. Great job that they're doing out in Europe, partnering up with federations in Belgium, the Netherlands, and there's going to be more to follow as well in due course.
94. Jerome, you require 145.
So I watched that the northwest qualification because one of our players in our stable
45.
messages me 4 times
Lewis,
a day.
you
When am I
require
getting picked? When am I getting
114.
picked? And James Beaton was hoped to qualify from there.
40.
Part of the Mac Elkin team.
Jerome, you require 100.
Jerome Mayak, I'm sure lots of managers be looking at this man. A little shake of the head.
60.
Shake of the head because he hasn't
Lewis,
given
you
himself a
require
dart to double.
74.
And the fact that the way Lewis is playing, but how many times does he go in that 11? Bullseye.
31. Jerome, you
So
require
Milk
40.
returns to top to 2-1. How nice a guide is that?
Game
It
shot
was
on
the
the third
most
leg.
succulent
Jerome
of guides
Milk.
for Jerome Milk. He leads Lewis Gurney by 2 legs to 1. Halfway towards the victory
Fourth leg,
post.
it's Lewis to throw first. Game on.
Still can't take that focus away from his eyes. He still looks locked in.
83.
And that's a good sign. Like I said, he's done and dusted. He's won the group. Yeah, he's as focused as he was when he threw his first dart on Monday.
180.
For fun. It is an area he can get better in. He's got
96.
at least 180s.
But the scoring power in other areas has helped him along the way. Sometimes it's a case of 6
134.
140s are better than just a couple of axes.
I built a career on that.
140.
Never talk about it though. As Jerome is looking good for a 3-1 lead, or is he?
69.
Can he shoehorn a couple of trebles in here, Lewis?
100.
Finds one, needs him on a 2
Jerome, you
darter.
require 118.
Finally poised. Plan B's work. He set
78.
himself up with a double.
Lewis, you require 82.
Lewis Gurney, centre of the board, big 17 for a dart at
Game
tops.
shot on the fourth leg. Lewis Gurney.
Fantastic day today for Lewis Gurney. I think he goes back to his hotel a very happy man.
Fifth leg, it's Jerome to throw
He
first.
knows he has the game, and any talk of lack of confidence, not playing well, can be banished. It looks good to me.
60.
Try start for Milk. Open up the door for Lewis.
100.
Tunt's okay.
$96.
Just the pace of this game.
100.
That's his 12th
180.
180. A little bit behind. He's beginning to catch up. He's got everything.
100.
Taking control of this game. It's going with throw.
95.
And looking now on the verge of a 3-2 lead, unless Gurney
105.
could pull
Jerome
something out of the fire
requires
himself. So
70.
70 for Jerome Milk to put himself a leg away. He's going to get one in his hand, a double
Game shot on
16,
the
and
fifth
double
leg.
16 is
Jerome
found
Milk.
for 15 dart leg for Jerome Milk. It puts him 3-2 to the good. Nice little embrace from
Sixth
the pair.
leg, it's Lewis to throw first. Game on. $85.
Reminder that for the rest of the week, the action
81.
resuming from 1 o'clock tomorrow and Friday on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. Before then,
58.
going live from 3 o'clock on Sporty Stuff TV. And then as far as the evening session action is concerned, that's what we're going to be seeing in Group B. We'll be live
47.
from 10 p.m. on Sporty Stuff TV and the Super Series YouTube channel. Don't forget to give that a subscribe, because on top of the live action, we've been used 6 days a week. Highlights are available of this and each and every session. Well, there's
85.
other bonus behind the scenes content. Is this win going to be a booty bonus for Jerome Mioch?
134.
Nice little two-treble visit there. Keeps this leg finally poised.
97.
And has effectively got 6 darts on this particular juncture. The treble he needs to leave himself on a finish, and that second one leads and square to a ton.
140.
But how about that for pressure?
Jerome required 100.
To finish with a flourish. Is it tops? Well, that was the intention.
22. Lewis required 36.
But not the execution.
Game shot on the
And Gurney
sick
levels
leg.
up.
Lewis
We
Gurney.
go all the way in the last game of Group A.
7th and final leg. It's Jerome to throw first. Game on.
It is Mioch with the darts.
131.
Finds a couple of trebles to start.
60. 180.
Perfecto. That's Mioch's third of the game.
140.
May have seen him break the back of the game, because he's got 6 of the match again. 190 the destination this time.
174.
And that has been set up immaculately. A potential 10 darter to get the job done. Magnificent
60.
for Mioch.
Jerome requires 16.
Double 4.
Game
And it's
shot,
jubilation
and the
for
match,
Jerome.
Jerome Mioch.
It is he who claimed to first spoils in Saturday night's finale. He knew he was through regardless of the outcome here, but he has rubber-stamped it with an impressive victory. An average just over 93.5, 4 out of 7 when it came to the finishing. He gets the better of Lewis Gurney by 4 legs to 3. He was the better of everybody when it came to Group A. Jerome Mioch is into Saturday night's final here at the Super Series. So time for some analysis upstairs on the balcony. Glenn Durwan has made the trip up to join Chris Murphy to talk about all the day's action.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yeah, brilliant way to end the day, and pretty fitting in the end that Mioch got over the line.
Yeah, he's a very impressive guy. Just everything about him so good for darts. He's quick, he's pacey, and yeah, he's a joy to watch.
Just confirmation then of all 15 results from today's final day of Group A. It did twist and turn. It started the day with 3 players tied on the same amount of points. All 3 of those players won against a throw in their openers, but in the end, it was Mioch that managed to get over the line.
Yeah, there was a time when Martin Adams won that game against Jerome. Really was the only time that Mioch will have been backstage thinking, maybe it's not my day. He was the deserved winner. You know, very, very impressive. Enjoyed the group.
We'll talk more about him actually in a moment, but let's focus on Martin Adams for a second, because he just kept on hanging in there, didn't he? There was one moment in a match against Gino Voss where he took out 3 or 4 in 6 starts. You never lose it, do you, Glenn?
No, like I said, I've stood behind him many times and played him. I mean, the only thing I can see different these days, he does creep into the 5s and 1. Apart from that, that throws exactly when he was in his pomp. You know, when you think of him, you think of the Lakeside. I think of a game I had with him, 67-year-old. And that Group A is tough. 15 games he's played over the 3 days. He's got a bit of rest now by going to Group B, but this finish was, yeah, it was beautiful.
Yeah, the bullseye just absolutely perfect. Dead centre with the opponent waiting on tops. And he just kept doing that, kept on hanging in there. And you also just mentioned that he got a win against Mioch, who could have actually wrapped up this group earlier on.
Yeah, like I said, that's what it really got interesting sort of in the comms box, because it was a tight game, and I just saw some frailties there with Jerome just at that time. And Martin Adams, that's meat and drink for him when he's involved in a real 4-3. And that's the only time really that we were using the word experience comes to the fore. Like I said, we had a deserved winner, but this was a moment where we thought Martin Adams was right by. He takes bottle with this last dart, and bang.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we'll see him in Group B, but we'll see Jerome Miok at finals night on Saturday, because despite that setback, he did manage to win the group and make it through. And we're going to hear his reaction now. He's live downstairs with Henry.
Jerome, many congratulations. Through to Saturday night. Just sum up your initial thoughts and feelings.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm really happy. My second day was not good, and I had to do it on the last day, and I win 4 matches. I lost 1. Yeah, was a good game against Martin, but I missed 3 match starts for the win.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking by myself, if I win this game, then it's over. I lost 1, and yeah, it was very. Yeah, it was terrible. Yeah, we're looking at the game from Connor and Martin, and I thought, oh, come on. Yeah, and yeah, I had to. I always have to win the last game, and I win the last game. But the pressure was off. I knew I was off. I'm standing number 1. I'm still standing number 1. So, but I'm happy with my how I'm playing the 3 days. Yes.
More relieved than anything else to get over the line in the end.
Yeah. You always have to want to win, but it's difficult. This tough group, and every player is they're all very good players, so it's very difficult. So I'm happy, and we're looking forward to the Saturday. Yeah.
Couple of days off. How are you going to spend it?
Yeah. No, I'm. Sorry. Well.
Couple of days off. How are you going to spend the next couple of days?
Yeah, I'm taking some rest and relaxing to prepare myself for the Saturday, and we will see it.
We'll see you Saturday. Well done, Jerome.
Yeah, sure. Yes.
Well, great to hear from Jerome Miok there. If he's going to keep winning matches and tournaments, he's going to have to learn how to hold his microphone, isn't he, Glenn?
Yes, that's the only thing he's done wrong so far, that's for sure.
Well, what he did do right is his performances in the group. We'll take a look at the table just to confirm his position, and this is perfect. I mean, you did say that about 18, 20 points would get you through. He's the only one that amassed that total, and you'd have to say deserved winner in the end.
Yeah, and another find again for the ADC Europe. You know, they're sending over some fantastic players. And look, he goes in the mix now as the 4th Dutchman, potentially going to be in Champions Week, and that's fantastic for the MODUS Super Series.
And just one final thought on the group. Every player making double figures, so that's also a very good omen for the rest of the week and all the other groups.
I think Dan Reid will be thinking, God, I was nowhere near my best, and I'm only 6 points away from top. I think a lot of them will go overnight thinking. For Gino Voss, for different reasons, he'll be just praying that his suitcase comes back. Lewis Gurney there. I think he looked really, really good. He's grown into the competition, and he could be very interesting in Group C.
Well, let's have a look at those groups. We are going to play them across the next couple of days. Double sessions of darts, as always, on Thursday and Friday. Group C on the right of your screen. Robbie King rejoining the action after playing last week. Reece Colley and Charlie Large joining Dan Reid, Lewis Gurney and Gino Voss. And then that Group B, Robert Thornton, World Seniors Champion, Brett Claydon, Mark McGeaney, you know all about him, Glenn, Conor Heenahan and Martin Adams. What a couple of groups.
Yeah, that Group B is just standing out for me there, and Robert Thornton is the highlight and the headline, and rightfully so.
Well, we will do it all again next couple of days. As I said, 2 sessions of darts. The action resumes from 1 p.m. live on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel for the start of Group C, and then from 3 p.m. we will be live on Sporty Stuff TV. Then again on both platforms at 10 for the start of Group B. But as far as Group A was concerned, it was joy for Jerome as Miok made it to finals night.